indoors, which are, you know, different conditions, faster paced. So, but you know, she's been here a while. I think both of these two have had a little bit of time to get used to the conditions, and we've got that same little breeze that we've had all week, which I think has been quite helpful in actually drying the courts more quickly today, which has been something that's useful.
Miyazaki, the top seed, through to the semi-finals without dropping a set so far. She looks on good form, doesn't she?
Not just hasn't dropped a set, but hasn't dropped more than 3 games over 2 matches. So she's looking pretty imperious, and the number of weeks that she's spent here at NTC, I think, is starting to show, and she's looking really comfortable. So Holly Staff will have a task on her hands, but I think it was a good preparation in her last match against Emilia Rajecki, another player that likes to attack and move into the court and hit heavy off the forehand. So that might prepare her well for this clash.
Just 17 years old, Holly Staff, who's in your shot at the moment, right-handed player, who has done very well to get through to this point of the competition. As you mentioned, she came through yesterday in a match that you watched. What were you impressed with from Holly Staff?
I was impressed at her problem solving. I think she definitely wasn't the biggest hitter on court that day, and you know, Emilia Rajecki was dominating a lot of the rallies, and I think Holly even said herself when we spoke to her after the match that she was most pleased with the fact that she kept believing that she could win. You know, she was looking through her options and finding a way through, changing up her tactics.
She'll have to do that against Lily Miyazaki. You can see her stats here. 24 years of age. She is at a career high ranking at the moment of 351. She is from fairly locally, from Putney, just down the road. She plays for Japan, but she is local to Roehampton. Plays for the local area as well. And pre-lockdown, she had won an ITF event, 25k one. That was her first big win, which she was very pleased with. And obviously lockdown, therefore, came at a very bad time for her. But Miyazaki definitely picking up post-lockdown in the same way as she was playing beforehand. And this is Holly Staff, 17 years old, just starting out to play on the ITF circuit, so no ranking at the moment, although I think along the world rankings she can put her at 1,436. She's been a tiny bit higher than that, but obviously at the age of 17, still focusing on her education and playing a little bit of tennis, concentrating at the moment on potentially going to the Vanderbilt University in Nashville and hoping to go there in September. And that's the college route that we've talked about quite a lot. Hopefully she will be able to get out there to America, potentially, I suppose, isolation and various things to do before she goes. But 17 years old and thinking about that move, because that's a big next step for a lot of players now, rather than going straight out onto the circuit, Abigail.
Yeah, it's huge. It gives them a little bit of time to mature and get mentally and physically prepared for the rigours of the tour when they finally get there. Obviously, it gets them a degree as well, which is you know, a great opportunity, and it gives them that little fallback option in case, you know, injuries happen and other unexpected things that can stall the progress of a tennis player. So I think it's a great option all round.
Several of the players have done it, and I think also what we're seeing with this tournament is there's so much interaction between the players, and they wouldn't necessarily have that chance to chat. We'll see the order of play in a moment, but some of the players have been saying, Henry Patton particularly mentioned that he'd been out to university in America and he knows his opponent a little bit from actually playing over there rather than playing in this country. But we are seeing a tournament here with lots of British players for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I think that team environment kind of helps them out in the US. They get to know a lot of the other players really well. They get to know each other, and they really seem to thrive off that, particularly, you know, how competitive it is and playing for a team as well and not just playing for yourself. And all aspects of the college system just seem to be really beneficial at the moment, so it's no surprise to see more and more players heading in that direction.
And it gives them an idea of the competitive nature with a bit of a crowd, not a huge crowd. Some of the players have mentioned that obviously here we're behind closed doors, as we have to be with all of the restrictions at the moment. But some of them that have gone onto the circuit play, as I think Aidan McHugh said to me, in front of one man and a dog. So they're used to not having a huge crowd, but the ones that go to college to play college tennis, it's a very different atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a little bit more attention on it. It's really appreciated over there.
And a 10-point match tiebreak at 1 set all. To the right of the chair, Holly Staff. To the left of the chair, Lily Miyazaki.
Scott Noble, our umpire, just filling
Staff
us in.
won the toss and chose to receive.
on what will be happening. We are, as we mentioned, about 15 minutes later than we would have been, simply because of the weather around the southwest area of London. We had a little bit of rain earlier, but the courts have dried incredibly quickly, as Abigail mentioned, maybe because there has been a lot of wind around. So it's looking okay at the moment for us. As I mentioned, it is a behind closed doors event. No crowds here at the National Tennis Centre, but these events have been put on by the LTA in order to help the players return to competing in a safe environment, giving them some competitive opportunities and, very importantly,
1 minute.
the opportunity to earn some money as well, which when they're on tour is a big deal because it costs a lot to fly, to have a coach, to have strength and conditioning training, to eat, to stay in a hotel. It all costs money, doesn't it?
Exactly. There are so many components that add up and that players have to think about. It's not just a case of traveling and playing a tennis match. You know, logistically, they have to work things out. They have to go a certain length into the tournament to even break even on what they're spending. And, you know, that kind of thing can have an impact on what happens on the match court as well. If you're not relaxed and you're not at peace off the court, that's going to reflect when you get on the match court. So an opportunity like this, you know, to play in a great environment and to earn prize money is really going to help them when they get back on the road.
Well, this is the final leg of the current swing, and the LTA has doubled the prize money for each of the weeks here. This is week 4, and a couple of days ago, the LTA announced that there would be 3 more behind closed doors Tier 1 events during August and September. This match, though, is Lily Miyazaki, the top seed. She hasn't dropped a set yet so far in reaching the semi-finals, and she will be taking on Holly Staff, the 17-year-old who has battled her way through to the final 4. This is the first semi-final of an excellent lineup today. We'll have the men's semi-finals following the women's semi-finals. Bit of breeze you can see there in the trees in the backdrop. It's a lovely setting at the National Tennis Centre. Lots of different surfaces here for the players to practice on, all 4 of the Grand Slam surfaces for them, as the players just get ready for the first semi-final. It will be interesting. As we said, they've had a bit of a delay and a change of conditions. It's very windy today compared to how they've been playing in the last few days. So the first semi-final coming up now. Miyazaki against Staff. It is week 4 of the LTA British Tour return to elite competition.
First set, Lily Miyazaki to serve. Play. Oh. Love.
Interesting first point, gives Staff an idea of what she's got to think about out here. Miyazaki showing that, yeah, she can pack a good punch, but she can mix it up as well.
Catch. 15 off.
And that wind that's floating around is going to make it a particularly difficult job on serve.
She proved your point there for you.
It's nice to have it that way round.
Rather than an ace.
Usually they contradict, but
yeah, it definitely is a slightly swirling wind. You can see the trees and maybe the flags actually down the left-hand side as well. I think both players just having to ease their way into this match compared to the last few days when they have felt a little bit more comfortable in this situation just because they've been playing for the last few weeks.
And I know that Steph likes to try and be aggressive, but in these conditions, she might do better just to ease off on that return a bit, just put it in play, and it's going to be difficult for Miyazaki with the wind swirling.
Pause. Yep. 40-30.
Yeah, Miyazaki has enough experience to know how to work in these sorts of conditions, doesn't she?
Yeah, I would think so. She's done really well so far. I think credit to her to, you know, prove why she's ranked where she is and is the top seed.
Yes.
I mean, the 2 previous weeks of British Tour that she was here for, she was ranked, I think she was the top seed on at least the last occasion she was here, but she lost to Alicia Dudonné, who was unseeded, lost a close one to Jodie Burrage the week before, so I think that she'll feel that she could have done better in those previous performances.
Advantage Miyazaki.
We were seeing a lot of that from Miyazaki in her first round. The 1-2 setting up for the finish, has great control on the off forehand in the forecourt, and nice easy put away because she was so dominant previously.
Yes.
And that, as you mentioned, as long as Staff gets the return in and then tries to get into the rally, she stands a good chance, doesn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. Steph, you know, she's not going to win many short points here, but if she can get Miyazaki on the run, get her on the move and keep her playing the balls, then she has good chances of drawing errors. Nicely
Advantage
done.
Steph.
It was nice depth of shot from Steph, just keeping Miyazaki far enough back that she couldn't really look to approach. And then
Yeah,
had her caught with the wrong footer down the line.
Clever shot from Holly Staff, just 17 years old.
Ooh.
Again, Steph.
Interesting.
But
From
yeah.
Miyazaki, she does try to get into the net as much as she can, as you mentioned. We've seen that in her previous matches over the last few weeks here, but very loose that time.
Yeah, I was surprised to see her do that at such a crucial point. You know, she had that on her racket on the previous volley that she had. She didn't try to be too clever with it, but she pushed through that one. And it's almost like she hadn't really got a balance back at the net. So it is loose errors like that that can hold her back. And I noticed a few, you know, in her first match, which is the only match in which she's dropped games so far. There were a couple of times where she was a bit loose, and I think a more experienced opponent might have taken advantage of that. So we'll see what she can do against Steph.
Staff has a break early in the first set.
Yep.
Considering that
15 up.
Miyazaki has only dropped 3 games in 2 matches so far, that is something that Holly Staff can take confidence from having broken the Miyazaki serve already.
Thanks, absolutely. It's a mini achievement out here early on.
Pause. Pause. 15-0.
She smiles to herself.
Interestingly, it was that side of the court that Steph had the most trouble with on serve yesterday. A lot of the double faults came in that direction, so hopefully she's forgotten that, but that might have resurrected some unpleasant memories.
Let, first serve.
We mentioned that
15-30.
Miyazaki has had a fairly easy route to the semi-finals, but by comparison, Holly Staff has had two very long matches to get here. 7-5, 7-6 in the first round, and then the match that you mentioned a bit earlier against Rajecki, which went to the match tiebreak in the third set. So she's done a lot of running in the last few days.
Absolutely, she's really had to grit through so far. And I remember her first round, some of the players were saying that her straight sets first round match lasted the length of two of the matches on the other side of the court that she was playing on.
Yeah, that first round match was on one of the outside courts, and I kept checking because I wasn't sure. I thought the scoreboards had gone a bit awry because it was taking such a long time. And as you said, two other matches on centre court had finished in the meantime. Nice little ace from Holly Staff at a point where she really needed it.
Yeah, I think that's the one place where she can get shorter points. I don't think we're going to see many 2 or 3 shot rallies where she comes out on top, but if she can get the placement on that serve, that's something that's going to help. Like we've said, she's had 2 really close matches, and she might start to feel it in her legs because they have both happened over the last couple of days.
Really well fought back into this game by the young 17-year-old.
Advantage Miyazaki.
The break point though against Holly Staff. She really will want to hold on to this serve here if she can, having broken the top seed serve in the opening game.
Game Miyazaki.
Nice little practice serve there, just to confirm to herself that she can do it.
Can serve. 2 double faults to hand that game over.
I think 3 in total in that game. Yeah. One extreme to the next, really. And you can understand, you know, she'll feel that she needs to go for a bit more on the second serves. But to be honest, I think these conditions are difficult, and she probably is struggling with that a bit.
As well as the wind, which we've mentioned, it is quite chilly out there, which is a bit of a change. Some of them have been playing indoors recently as well, so different factors to deal with and get used to.
It's a shame she couldn't finish that off because that was a really well-constructed point. Nice and flat to the feet with the return, immediately proactive with the backhand on the approach, and then was well in position for that volley, but maybe felt the pressure to overhit.
Break of serve each to start off this first semi-final. Semi-finals day here at the LTA British Tour.
I've
seen a lot of play like that from Miyazaki over the last few days.
Yeah, well guided. She got down for that forehand down the line, all in the legs there. Really nicely held her position.
40-15.
Back to back.
And the top seed here will be very keen to hold on to her serve, having dropped it right at the start of this first set. Break back and then consolidate.
That's game, Miyazaki. Miyazaki leads 2-1 for sets.
A lot to think about for both players, I think, when they sit down here. It's been an interesting first few points and games, as we thought it might be between these two.
Yeah, the pendulum has already swung. It's gone side to side, and maybe that will ease Miyazaki into a bit of a rhythm now, because it was a well-held service game. The last points will give her a boost of confidence. It's exactly the play that she likes, finishing those points quickly with the forehand, and was working well to get that ball on her favoured wing. So, yeah, looking interesting in these early stages.
Miyazaki was saying in her post-match interviews after the first couple of rounds that she really needs to just concentrate on her serve and her return and the basics of tennis. Partly, I suppose, because they just haven't played competitive tennis for such a long time. But also, she's obviously got a bit of a game plan of making sure that that's sorted, and then you can move on from there.
Well, exactly. You know, if there's no serve and return, there's no rally afterwards. So if you don't get that serve in, if you don't get that return in, there's nothing you can do beyond that. And I think it can be so easy, particularly in the heat of a match, to start thinking ahead when really you just need to focus on producing those shots to the best of your ability.
Yep. 15 love.
She stood quite far in to take that one on, and I don't think she had quite the room to play with that she anticipated. Oh.
15 all.
Wow, tremendous touch. Straight up behind that return, which she took early, and really nicely taken from underneath the height of the net. Well, it was a half volley. I didn't spot that at first.
You could see her just peer to make sure that it was all okay.
Yep. 30-15.
I like the way they're both coming to the net as much as possible, playing that sort of style, which we don't always see, but we've seen quite a lot of with some of the younger players, haven't we?
Yeah, I think so. It's something that's making a bit of a resurgence, and from what I've seen of Staff, she's not traditionally that kind of player, but, you know, behind her serve, if she's landed a good one, she doesn't want to get involved in too many exchanges behind the baseline.
She knows her opponent is powerful, which is why she needs to avoid those baseline rallies if she can.
Exactly, just because even with the depth on the return with Miyazaki there, if that rally had continued, probably like 75% chance that she'd have moved into the court, and at the moment Staff just wants to get there before she does and finishes the point.
$30-40.
A little frustration there, I think.
Yeah. Another break point against the Staff serve, having already dropped her serve once.
Out. Yeah, Miyazaki.
She's so on it right now.
Miyazaki leads 3-1 first set.
Another break of serve for the top seed, Lily Miyazaki, and rushing around that court, making sure that she is dominating the points in the Staff service game there to break and go 3-1 up, which is a real disappointment for the teenager, but Miyazaki is the game plan that I think we've seen for the first couple of rounds here.
Yeah, she's earned this lead. She's concentrating on her timing. You know, on the run there, she didn't feel the need to whack that forehand that she had on the run. She just timed it, brushed up the back, and redirected the pace. And she's just feeling the ball incredibly well out here and keeping her balance. Almost.
We mentioned she does have a lovely touch. Just didn't quite get that one over the net.
Yeah, you understand why she let it bounce, and she seemed in good position for it, but fractionally lacking the height.
Miyazaki herself has played 2 weeks of the British Tour here at the National Tennis Centre, so she's got quite used to the conditions around this place.
Love 30.
It's week 4 of the competition. The final leg of this swing, but there will be more tennis to come next week with the Battle of the Brits team tennis, which I'm sure we'll come on to a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Love 40.
This is turned around very quickly. 3 break points against the top seed here for Holly Staff, who doesn't seem to have had to work that hard to get those 3 break points.
No, but at the same time, when Staff plays successfully, it doesn't often look like she is working hard just because of the style with which she goes about things. I think at the moment it's more about getting her opponent into the position where they hit the errors.
Game Staff.
A terrific depth of shot there.
Miyazaki leads 3 games to 2, first set.
Well, that will be a disappointment for the top seed, who might have felt like she was getting on top of this first set against the teenager, but has been pegged back. Another break of serve. That's 4 so far in this opening set. And Staff is very calm and confident. One of the things that she mentioned she's been trying to do is think through matches and to concentrate all the way through a match, which at 17 is possibly a bit more difficult to do than if you're 24, which is how old Miyazaki is.
But yeah, but I think she did it incredibly well in her last match. You could see her going through her options, quietly assessing what was going well and what wasn't, and you saw her game change accordingly. And here, you know, Miyazaki eased off a little bit at the back end of that previous game. There was a loose backhand where she almost didn't fully follow through with the shot. And it seems to spring up out of nowhere. Like I mentioned, you know, in her first match, there were a few moments like that. But Arabella Moen, very inexperienced and really wasn't in the position to capitalize on those opportunities. Whereas Holly Staff, you know, has played her way into some decent form here and like you say, can read the game really well. So this could turn into quite a close opening set.
Well, Staff now serving to level things back up again in this first set. 2-3 down. Semi-finals of the LTA British Tour. Lovely serve, dragging her opponent out, and then great ground strokes from Holly Staff. She does hit the ball very well, and she hits the ball in a heavy way as well.
She took that one on the rise just to carry the pace. Nicely done.
Couldn't quite get to that at the net. Didn't quite get into position in time, Staff.
Hodge. 15-30.
Keeps happening.
being
15-14.
punished by her opponent there, the top seed. Miyazaki taking advantage on that serve. I think it's Holly Staff's dad that she keeps looking at. When she double faults, she just turns round and gives him a grimace.
Understandable that she wants to vent a little of that frustration.
So again, 2 break points against the Staff serve. She hasn't held serve in this first set yet.
It's that depth that's really going to keep her in this, forcing Miyazaki back, and she's getting a lot of unforced errors off doing that consistently.
Game, Miyazaki.
Brilliant mixed up play from Miyazaki. The variety in her game
To 2 first set.
is excellent. And that's a break of serve again. The top seed taking a 4-2 lead. And Staff had played some fantastically, as you mentioned, deep ground strokes in that game as well.
Yeah, she had. Impressive to see Miyazaki finish with the drop shot, because in these conditions, you know, the wind can really take that ball and move it around, but she had good control to finish off. Sometimes the wind can be helpful. It's difficult to tell which way it's blowing, but it is blowing back, so that might actually have helped keep the ball down in the place that she wanted it. But great nerve to choose that option.
Yep. 15 up.
Just a reminder that obviously this is a behind closed doors tournament, so no ball kids, the players retrieving the tennis balls themselves, the umpire calling the lines, no lines judges here.
Oh,
15 all.
Fantastic shot.
inch perfect precision. Set up nicely by dragging Miyazaki out wide. She almost didn't need to go for that much, but it was impressive.
Yep.
And that's why she's so annoyed with that shot, having
30-15.
hit the line perfectly. Slight frustration in that shout at the next point. She has so much power on those shots.
Yeah, it's about the timing of them as well, and where she takes the ball and when, and it's good to see her stepping up the intensity a bit and looking to impose herself a little more.
Her opponent, Miyazaki,
40-30.
knows that she has to go for every corner in order to make sure that her opponent doesn't beat her there. So, yeah, Miyazaki with the 5-2 lead in this first set.
Yeah, you could definitely see them there forcing each other to go for more, and so close from Miyazaki with that forehand on the sideline to it actually being out. The Staff, I thought, did well to chase it down, but great focus from the top seed to see the point through.
Cut. Use.
Too much height. Yeah, there's a little issue with the scoreboard there. I was
I was about to
surprised.
say,
When,
I said 5-2. I thought it wasn't 5-2.
I did a double take and then I thought, well, maybe I just didn't sleep enough last night.
I was going to say it's been a long week, but it hasn't been a
No.
long week.
It's been a fraction of a week.
All of us getting confused. So deuce. And Miyazaki with a 4-2 lead at the moment.
Fault. Out. Advantage Miyazaki.
I'll make sure I believe my notes next time.
Yeah, back yourself.
Yeah. Oh.
Game Miyazaki.
So good. I think the wind did kind of hold that ball back a
Miyazaki
bit.
leads 5 games to 2.
That
First
didn't
set.
move very much at all when it came over. Spin and the wind. And now it is 5-2 to Miyazaki, the top seed.
Yeah, had to work a bit in that game, but the top seed holding on pretty impressively, and the wind starting to swirl again.
She will have been really pleased. Well, I can tell from her social media that she was very pleased with her win just before lockdown in March, right just before, a couple of weeks before everything started over here. She played a tournament and won her first 25k ITF, and that's a big step for a player, isn't it?
Yeah, a huge step. You know, that there are players with higher rankings than Miyazaki that are still looking for their first title of that prestige, and it's a massive boost because, you know, you're playing for prize money, you're playing for ranking points. She would have travelled quite a way as well to play that tournament, and everyone's fighting so hard at that level of event because you need, as I mentioned before, you need to get a certain distance into the event to be breaking even on what you're spending and all these other outside things. So to be able to handle all of that and just stride her way through, I think she won it pretty convincingly as well, is really impressive from her, and she should rightly take a lot of confidence from that.
And you have to decide whether to play the 15Ks or the 25Ks. You don't want to keep losing in the 25Ks, and then potentially you should drop back to the 15Ks. We'll discuss that side of the tour as well.
Fault.
Staff serving now then to stay in this first set.
Love 15.
Casual as you like. Bit of anticipation there, I think, helped. She was well in position for the forehand.
Really blustery out there. You can see the LTA signs on the left-hand side really shaking.
Fault.
I'm not surprised that that was a problem for the serve there.
No, not at
That's
all.
lovely.
I mean, I remember week 1 final between Emma Raducanu and Jodie Burridge. They described it as better weather for sailing than tennis. And it's not quite been so bad since then, but I think we're getting towards those kind of conditions here today. And yeah, that makes it really tough. That you can't underestimate how difficult it is to time the ball, and it takes some of the rhythm away from the play as well. And then on that occasion, I
both
think,
sides.
yeah, the wind probably carried that one and wasn't helpful to Miyazaki.
Yeah, changing conditions here in southwest London at the National Tennis Centre, where it has been fairly calm for the first couple of days of this tournament. Semi-finals day is rather different.
Dirty all.
She loves those lines. That's a great angle to get.
Yeah, it really is. Hit some really fluid backhands there, and Miyazaki, you know, her momentum was headed in the other direction, so difficult for her to recover for that one.
Pod. Yep. 40-30.
Staff
Yes.
still looking to hold on to her serve for the first time in this first set.
Miyazaki, with her attacking mindset, would be looking to get on top of some of these second serves, but what with the wind, she doesn't know how short they're going to land, so it's difficult for her to judge where to position herself on the court.
Advantage Miyazaki.
I think that forehand came a little bit shorter than Staff was expecting there. She didn't quite have the positioning on it.
Which brings up a set point for the top seed. Lili Miyazaki, ranked 351 in the world, and we mentioned she just won a tournament before lockdown. That is her highest ranking. Career high of 351.
Oh, wow. What a way to clinch the set. Right in the corner.
Did she mean that shot?
Well, let's have a look. Yeah, she was well positioned for that one, I think. Wow.
It just looked so nonchalant.
But again, it's that off forehand. She seems to hit that one with ease.
Well, Lili Miyazaki, the top seed, taking that first set of this semi-final, 6-2. This is the final week of the LTA British Tour return to elite competition. She's played in the earlier weeks of this, week 1 and week 2. She got to the semi-finals before she was knocked out by Jodie Burrage. And she hasn't dropped a set this week so far, so she definitely has played herself into some form over the last few weeks, and that's exactly what this competition is about, isn't it? It's giving the players a chance to compete, earn some money and get used to competitive conditions again.
Absolutely, and with it being a 4-week block, you've got the option of playing multiple weeks, and that's good when it comes to kind of easing your way back into competition and, you know, the schedule and pacing yourself out. And a lot of players have at least played 2 or 3 weeks of this, and it's good to see, you know, them getting that match play in and warming up to the conditions and getting used to being back on court.
The stats from set 1. Interesting that Staff has broken both times that she's had break points. She has talked about needing to focus a lot and play each point without thinking what the point is, what's happening in that point, just playing every single point as its own point. So I think that sort of shows that she does have that mental focus, which is very mature for somebody who is 17 years old.
Yeah, and essential as well. The mentality is so much of the game. It's a huge part. People talk about tennis and the mentality, but I think it should be the physicality and the mentality, because mentality is very much a part of tennis itself. It can so often be the deciding factor.
Well, Miyazaki, top seed, 6-2 the first set, now serving at the start of the second.
Yep. 15 love. Out. 30 love.
Also helpful for Miyazaki to break the Staff serve at the end of the previous set, which means that she comes out serving first in the second set.
So fluid, great control coming up. Taking that over the top of the ball. Keeping her feet moving under that overhead smash. It's so important to just stay on your toes and get yourself in the right position. That ball accelerates as it drops.
Now, game Miyazaki. First game, second set.
Love game for Miyazaki to open the second set. Perfect start for her. And for Holly Staff, how difficult would it be to know that she hasn't held her serve yet in this match? Or, as I mentioned, she's trying to focus on each point, and will she just ignore that fact?
I think, you know, that first set seemed to run away a bit at times, and maybe she's not even aware of the fact that she hasn't held serve yet. If she is, you know, it can be something that is really frustrating. Going back to what you were saying, if it is something that's on your mind, then that is really difficult, because that frustration does show itself in your game. So for her sake, hopefully she's not aware of that.
You can just see where Miyazaki is there, the benches that have been put up for next week's tournament, which is the Battle of the Brits team tennis.
Love 15.
Talking about frustration, we're seeing it creeping in a tiny bit. Holly Staff at the age of 17 in a semi-final here, but having dropped the first set, trying to hold on to her serve now for the first time in this match.
That's much better from her. Landing that punch on the forehand. Set up with a serve that really dragged Miyazaki into the center of the court. She was totally off balance.
.5'10" and quite slight, but very powerful, Holly Staff, on both sides.
Yeah, and I've said before, I think it's as well to do with the timing and the way that she can take the ball early.
(15:30).
Lost track of how many double faults now, but, you know, more understandable in these conditions today.
I think that's number 6. But as we've said, it is, I think, number 5 in the first set. Fairly windy, quite cold, not the most pleasant conditions.
No, not exactly.
Out. 30 up.
But it has cleared up, actually. We were not sure if we would get to play outside at all today, but this first match has been fine so far, and it looks clear for a little while.
Out.
Oh.
30-40. Out. Out. Game Miyazaki. Miyazaki leads 2 games to love, second set.
Well, she had to make sure that she got that serve in that time, but it really didn't help her. The pace on that, and it meant that Miyazaki was able to take control of that point. 2-love. She takes lead in the second set to Miyazaki.
Well, there's a saying that gets thrown around a lot in tennis, and it goes, you either win or you learn. And I think this is a good learning experience for Holly Staff. She's gritted out some good wins, but in order to succeed on the higher tiers of the game, you need a good serve. It's absolutely essential, and if you don't have that, players like Miyazaki with more experience, they're going to penalize it. Really nicely done. It would have been so easy for her to go cross court with the pass, but a little bit unpredictable with the shot up the line, which probably helped her.
And Miyazaki, who we've discussed, has only dropped 3 games in getting to this point of the semi-finals, showing that she has consistency, which is why she hasn't dropped many games.
Yeah, it could have been easy to feel the pressure, you know, as the top seed and top ranked by a few hundred ranking spots, I think, at this particular event. And, you know, that could have brought with it a lot of expectation for herself, and she could have come out tight, but she came out proving why she's ranked where she's ranked, and that's really impressive.
Lads, first serve. All.
Oh, that's a shame, because Staff might have been on the back foot, but she had that one covered.
She got there, didn't she? But couldn't quite do anything with it.
Nasty net cord.
Pass.
A little gift from Miyazaki. Staff still with the opportunity to break straight back here, which would be pretty crucial, you think, because 6-2-3 love is going to look like a bigger deficit for her than it is, especially when she has to step up to serve and has been struggling so much in that department.
And doesn't really reflect the match, I don't feel, that scoreline.
Wow.
30-40.
Back to back.
Well, both of them have done double faults in this match so far. And this is a real opportunity now for Staff. She hasn't broken the Miyazaki serve since the opening game of this match. A chance now, though. That scream tells you that it didn't come. The break point disappears.
Yeah, you've really got to hold your position all the way through, particularly on that backhand, and I think she just pulled out a little bit early there.
Actually, I said the opening game. She broke Miyazaki twice in the opening set.
I was thinking, I wondered if I was going crazy.
No, you aren't. I am.
Advantage. Yeah.
Another chance.
Both players
Yes.
so low over the net there.
And great depth from Miyazaki to finish off to the feet of Holly Staff.
2 break points saved in this game from Miyazaki.
And as we say, the longer it goes, the more significant it becomes, particularly for Holly Staff, who's really been up against it out here this morning.
Lovely shot from Miyazaki.
Advantage Miyazaki.
She takes another step towards trying to get that 3-love lead in the second set already. A set up in this semi-final. First match on centre court today. The sky, from where I'm sitting, is really clearing up and potentially could be blue-ish.
A weird shade of blue, maybe a dirty blue, but...
That's juice.
Well, Staff is giving it all she's got in this game. It's an important game, as you mentioned. 3-love up would make a lot of difference mentally to being 2-1 and back on serve again in this second set.
Advantage Staff.
She brings up another break point opportunity. Does Holly Staff, just 17 years old, hasn't played that much on the tour. But she's had 2 excellent matches to get to this semi-final.
That's juice.
So little margin for error in tennis. Staff so close there, but then, you know, this game almost very quickly swung away from Miyazaki. When she had the game point, Staff had come in and was hitting from inside the baseline, but she hadn't committed to approaching the net, and Miyazaki made the right shot choice with going for the deep forehand, but went a little too deep, and that nearly cost her.
Out. That's advantage Miyazaki.
Oh, she only just missed that time. And she, I think, thought she might have made it as well, Holly Staff, but point to Miyazaki. He must be looking to try and finish this off. She won't want long games either. She'll want to get off court and finish this as quickly as possible, which is what she's been doing all week.
Not up.
Oh,
Yeah, Miyazaki.
such a good effort from Staff.
Miyazaki leads 3 games to love. Second set, and by 1 set to love.
It really got her legs whirring. It was totally the right shot choice from Miyazaki. She'd pushed Staff so deep and off the other side of the court, so perfect choice with the drop shot. But, I mean, look, Staff's off our screen there and then still puts everything into getting up there, changes the racket face.
So nearly does, but it is 3-love to the top seed Miyazaki, and she has the first set 6-2 in this semi-final of the LTA British Tour return to elite competition, the final leg of this swing. We have another semi-final to come after this, which will be between Emma Wilson and Grace Piper, and then a bit of news for you about the men's semi-finals. The top seed in the men's, Lloyd Glasspool, has retired with injury from his semi-final, which was going to be our last match on centre court. So that means that Charles Broome gets a walkover, and he is straight through to tomorrow's final, which I think having a bit of a day's rest, he'll probably do a bit of training, but might help Charles Broome. But we do have the other semi-final from the men's side, Barnaby Smith against Henry Patton. So all the seeds have gone in our men's side now with Glasspool out, but he did struggle a tiny bit, did we think, yesterday in the quarterfinals?
Yeah, we could see him holding his side in the first set, and he'd lost all the pace from his serve for a time, so we did wonder if something was up. And the only reason I didn't ask him about it afterwards in the interview was because he seemed to pick up towards the end, but maybe he could just sense the finish line and went through on a spurt of adrenaline. It's tough, you know, he's played a heck of a lot.
He's played a lot of
recently,
doubles as well,
so
hasn't he?
yes.
He's a doubles specialist, and he loves his doubles. He did mention that he was not a big fan of singles and was playing because his ranking was good enough to get into the tournament, frankly. But he is supposed to be playing in the Battle of the Brits next week, so maybe slightly precautionary. We'll see how he is and whether he can continue next week. But back to this match, this semi-final, and Holly Staff.
Love 15.
Well, you can see the ease with which Miyazaki was moving there, just drilling forehand after forehand deep. And we said during that game that got her to 3-love, it was a key one. And might just see that here because Staff has had such a tough time on serve today.
I was just double-checking that Glasspool was supposed to be playing in the Battle of the Brits, which he is. He's in the Union Jacks team.
And great stuff from Staff, exposing the positioning of Miyazaki, who moved in for that forehand. So interesting that she didn't opt to close the net, which would have given her a helping hand there.
(30-15).
Oh, depth backfired on her a little bit there with the way that Staff was able to pick the return up.
I think we're seeing here some of the focus that Staff was talking about, saying that she just needs to concentrate on each point and not think about the score, which I think she's doing that now.
But wait, please. Lily, is that all right?
Just a quick check on the tennis balls, making sure they're out of the way. We don't want any injuries, and no ball kids here, of course. No line judges, no ball kids. The umpires calling the lines, the players retrieving the balls themselves. Plenty of arrows that we have to follow as you walk around the tennis centre here in Roehampton, and the players doing the same.
Game, Staff.
Well, better late than never, right?
Miyazaki leads 3-1, second sets.
A hold of serve for Holly Staff, the 17-year-old, her first one of the match so far. She has been broken several times by Miyazaki, but just concentrating, not letting herself get panicked at all there, and a very good hold of serve.
Yeah, I think she'd almost got into a position where she almost had nothing to lose. Miyazaki's been dictating a lot of the play. She's much higher ranked. She's the top seed, and Staff very much the underdog out here. So she seemed almost just to free up a little bit in that game.
Can often happen when
Love
you're
15.
that far behind.
Yeah,
3-love down,
exactly.
6-2 down. There's nothing you can do apart from just have a go now.
The thing is as well, Miyazaki almost too comfortable. At first I thought it was a good thing, first couple of points, but then she seemed almost a little bit too loose, wasn't quite thinking things through as well as she had done earlier in the match. And you know, now Staff's actually got a hold of serve on the board, momentum could swing.
Love 30.
Yeah, interesting that you talk about momentum, and it's a third, not a third set, a match tie-break. So all Staff would have to do is get back into this set, and then she knows it's a bit of a penalty shootout to win the match.
Exactly, it really changes the complexion of it, and for her you can see a little bit more positivity in her body language.
Yep.
Oh. Knew what she wanted to do, couldn't quite execute it though.
Yeah, that would have been huge for her to open up the triple break point opportunity, and it was a very intense start to the rally. She seemed well together with it. Oh my words.
Oh.
That is so unlucky for Holly Staff.
What a shame for the teenager. It could have been 15-40. Instead, it's 30-all.
Yep. 40-30.
That's how quickly things can change. A minute ago, she was almost love 40 up. Now 40-30 down.
Miyazaki.
Oh, that did suddenly disappear from Holly Staff very quickly when
Second set, by 1 set to love.
when she was in a strong position.
Yeah, that is huge for Miyazaki. You did feel first couple of points there, Staff had really cottoned onto something, taken the confidence from holding that previous service game and really looked dialed in and ready to make a move, but you can't afford even a couple of loose shots. Miyazaki was straight back into things and wasn't so forgiving at the back end of the game.
Well, I mentioned a few minutes ago that Lloyd Glasspool is injured, so he won't be playing in his semi-final, but I started talking about the Battle of the Brits team tennis event, which starts on Monday at the National Tennis Centre. A few things going in place, which you might be able to spot around the court, including the bench where the captains will be sitting. If Glasspool plays, he's in the Jamie Murray and Andy Murray and Judy Murray team, which sounds quite feisty. Lots of others in that team, obviously, like Heather Watson, Naomi Brodie, Jodie Burridge, Katie Bolter, but having those three together on one side against the British Bulldogs is going to be an interesting combination.
Oh, a triple dose of Murray. Imagine coming up against that.
Time.
Talk about competitiveness in one side.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting week, and I think great depth in both teams. I think the Murray's team obviously has the big faces there, but if you look at current form and recent achievements, I think they're actually pretty well balanced, the two teams, and it could make for some really close contests.
Singles, doubles, and mixed doubles will be played. It's a unique team format, a little bit like the Ryder Cup. Next week at the National Tennis Centre, and you can watch it on BBC Sports digital channels and the LTA's social channels. But this is a semi-final for a place in the final of the LTA British Tour Return to Elite competition. Holly Staff needing to stay in this match. She is 1-4 down, and she's dropped the first set.
Love 15.
Well, things looked so much more positive just a couple of minutes ago, and feels like another little dip.
Yeah, it really looked like she might be getting back into the match. Holly Staff on the Miyazaki serve. Previously, she had her at love 30, and then it just slipped away from her a bit too quickly. Now she needs to hold on to her serve and make Miyazaki serve this out to reach the final.
Cross. 30-15.
Well, she needs every cheap point that she can get right now, so important to try and find the marks on that first serve, and the wide serve is a good option to at least get Miyazaki off the court and give herself the opportunity to finish things off quickly.
Wait, please. Behind you, Holly.
Scott Noble with the eagle eyes on the tennis balls, making sure that nobody trips over. The umpire keeping across everything.
It's just about taking each point as it comes now and keeping within touching distance for Staff. If she can keep forcing Miyazaki to serve again, then who knows what could happen.
Game, Staff.
Oh, that was really well played on the
Miyazaki leads 4 games to 2. Second
follow-up
set.
forehand behind the serve. She got right down, held her position, and just guided the ball back into the court. Really great positioning.
And hopefully Staff can take a bit of confidence from holding on to her last 2 service games, particularly having been broken so many times before that in this match.
Yeah, she's making this set more competitive, definitely, and you know, she did open up the lead in the previous return game that she had as well, so another opportunity to build on that.
Love.
Well, she's looking at a move to America in a couple of months' time. 17 years old at the moment and has signed for Vanderbilt University in Nashville. Going down the college route. This competition, though, gives Staff, before she goes to America, an opportunity to see where she stands against the other British players, and this is the top seed in the competition, Miyazaki, that she's up against here, ranked 351. I think Staff will be quite pleased with how she's coping with this week.
Yeah, great preparation for her, and you know, to be able to come through some really tough matches to get to this point, that says a lot about her mentality as well. Oh, you can understand why she's so frustrated to miss that backhand, because she'd coped so well as Miyazaki pushed her back, you know, taking the ball so early and keeping herself in things. To lose it on that shot is it's so frustrating.
Not the type of player to let her head drop, though, Staff. Keeps confident and keeps her focus. You have to against Miyazaki.
Oh, I really wanted that rally to finish on a winner. They'd both been striking so well.
The depth from both of them was excellent in that rally. Really lovely to watch. It's just a shame, as you said, that it ended with that ball in the net rather than a clean winner.
I think both of them, you know, were injecting so much pace that they were almost redirecting each other's back at them, and eventually got a little bit too much for Miyazaki.
And we've had a few weeks of competition. This is the 4th week here. There's also St George's Hill tournament, the UK Pro Series. So a lot of these players have played quite a lot in the last few weeks.
Let's. What's up?
And they're still getting used to moving in that different way that you have to for a match compared to training and just being on a tennis court, which so many of them have been telling us they haven't had a chance to do during lockdown at all.
Great control, 30-all point. Staff making a little bit more of an impact. She had a lot of time to think as that return came back high, but didn't break stride.
Game, Miyazaki.
Great work from Miyazaki.
Miyazaki leads 5 games to 2, second sets, and by 1 set to love.
To move into that position, which means that she is just 1 game away now from reaching the final of this LTA British Tour return to elite competition. And her opponent there, Holly Staff, just pondering, I think, what she can do apart from hold serve, obviously, in the next game in order to turn this around.
Yeah, it's one of those things where she really just needs to take it step by step at this point in time. Can't afford to think too far ahead. She's on the brink here, and first and foremost needs to start with square one, getting that serve in, and beyond that there's really nothing. So it has to focus so much here. I think it was a great finish to that previous game from Miyazaki, really dominant with the power and with the depth, and absolutely she'll be looking to rip in here and finish with a break of serve.
She was well known as a junior, Holly Staff, wasn't she?
She was
represented Great Britain at the Junior Olympic Games and Junior Wimbledon. She counts as a particular highlight, as you would, in your career.
One of her key achievements as a junior is at the Junior National Championships, which is the biggest junior tournament in the UK. In 2018, she won the 16 and under and 18 and under singles events at the same time, which is huge because it meant she was playing a lot of tennis at the same time, and a lot of the girls in the 18 and under category would have been a couple of years older, which at that age does make a difference.
Yep. Bit of an age gap here as well.
Out.
Holly Staff, 17 years old. Her opponent,
Love 15.
Lily Miyazaki, 24 years old, and Staff serving now to stay in this semi-final.
Love 30.
I mean, it was so swift, but that's where it shows you that it's not all about the pace, because yeah, she injected some serious pace into that forehand, but it went straight into the strike zone of Miyazaki, and she was able to just deflect that one up the line. So it's so much about your placement as well.
Fault. Love 40.
Well, all of a sudden, we are at 3 match points. We've been talking about how much Staff has to hold on to her serve, and then here we are. That game, as you said, has just run away from her.
Out. 15-40.
Oh, it's close, that one.
Still 2 more match points for Miyazaki, the top seed. Well, Staff can get a lot of confidence from this if she holds on to this game.
Fault. Game, set a match. Miyazaki. 2 sets to love. 6-2, 6-2.
That is the scoreline. Lily Miyazaki, the top seed, as the players tap their rackets. No handshakes here. The top seed through to the final of this LTA British Tour. Return to elite competition in week 4. Holly Staff, who's had a great run to get here, has played very well and has had difficult matches, but couldn't quite get through this final one. It is Miyazaki who is through 6-2, 6-2, through to the final tomorrow.
Yeah, an impressive performance from Lily Miyazaki. She had a couple of little dips, but nothing to really trouble her. The forehand particularly, a real weapon, the off forehand, and using it to move into the net as well. She had an attacking mindset and really sensed her opportunity, smelt blood in that final game, and was able to convert. Fitting that she finished it the way she did with that forehand winner, a good reflection of the performances that she's put in this week. And it's funny that this win for her, even though she only dropped the 5 games, was more of a struggle than the matches she's had so far at the British Tour this week. She'd dropped just 3 games across 2 matches coming into this one, but still eases into the final without having dropped a set. And she will face the winner of the upcoming match on centre court, which is between Grace Piper, last weekend's champion, and the woman she beat to get the title, Emma Wilson. So Miyazaki through, and Holly Staff. Great performances from her this week, but not quite enough today. As we just mentioned, that second women's semi-final to come shortly will be followed by the men's singles semi-final between Barnaby Smith and Henry Patton, both unseeded. So a lot of opportunity on the line there. And the top seed Lloyd Glasspool has given a walkover to Charles Broome. And interview coming with our winner, Lily Miyazaki.
Congratulations, Lily, through to the final in week 4. The scoreline there, did you feel that reflected the match?
No, I thought throughout the whole match, actually, all the games were quite close. I think we both didn't play great because the conditions were kind of tough out here, but yeah, I'm happy to get through this match.
And the change in conditions, how did that affect you? Obviously it was raining, we came out a little later, the match was delayed a tiny bit, and it's very windy and a bit chilly out here compared to the rest of this week.
Yeah, I think we both kind of expected to play indoors this morning because it was really wet and the forecast wasn't looking too good, but yeah, it was tough with the wind, so I just tried to just stick to basics, not going for too much, and I mean, yeah, I thought I didn't serve great, and I don't think she served too well either, but I thought my returns were quite good, and I think that's what got me through.
And you practiced beforehand indoors, didn't you? How much did that affect you having to switch to outdoors?
I think, yeah, indoors it obviously feels a lot nicer to play, and I think my timing this morning was good, but when I came out here at the beginning it kind of took a little while to get used to it, but yeah, I'm happy that I got through in the end.
And how important is it to you after the build-up that we've had to these last few weeks of competition to get to a final?
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to get to a final. I think with every match I feel like I'm getting more and more comfortable competing again, and yeah, I look forward to playing another match tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a good few weeks for you. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the final.
Thank you.
Well, good morning. Good afternoon, actually. Welcome back to the LTA National Tennis Centre. Very gloomy scene here if you look up to the sky, but looking on court, things are brightening up. We've got our second women's semi-final here of the LTA British Tour, week 4. And your shot there is Emma Wilson. And she is up against Grace Piper on the other side of the net. This is a repeat of last week's final on week 3 of the tour. And Grace Piper was victorious on that occasion, but it was a very tight match. Went the distance. Let's just take a look at Emma Wilson then here, 23 years old, from Newcastle, trains at the Northumberland Club. And has been working in Arizona with Ryan Stotland. part of our coaching team. As a junior coach up in Newcastle, Phil Barron worked with her, and obviously that's a crucial stage in a player's development. So Emma Wilson in the white this end, and at the far end, in the gloom, is Grace Piper. And she's done very well. Both these players have beaten seeded players on the way to today's semi-final. For Grace, it was a victory over the number 2 seed Vic Allen yesterday in straight sets, which was a terrific effort for Grace Piper, who's only 18 years old, from Taunton in Somerset, from Bishop's Hull specifically, and is now training with James Pankhurst at the Tennis Academy at the University of Bath. So it'll be interesting to see, as a rematch of last week's final, which Grace won, as I said, just how this one goes, whether Emma Wilson has picked anything up in terms of any weaknesses in Piper's game. I'm Rob Curling. Alongside me is Abigail Johnson, who's been working very hard again this week. Abigail.
Oh, nice of you to say.
Someone else who has is Richard Hay, who's in the chair for this match. But how was that opening semi-final?
It was interesting, you know, Lily Miyazaki, she'd only dropped 3 games across 2 matches going into it, so she was heavy favourite, and Holly Staff as well had come through 2 fighting matches to get there, so maybe was feeling it a little bit. Breeze was picking up, so that caused a lot of trouble for her on serve. So not Holly Staff's best day, but impressive from Miyazaki to maintain control, stay aggressive, and win all the key points, really. She did a great job.
Well, she'll be sensing her opportunity tomorrow, because she will be facing the winner of this match, 2 unseeded players.
It doesn't accurately represent how difficult that could be, though, I don't think, because Grace Piper in superb form, having won the tournament last week. This is also her 4th week, I think, playing the British Tour, so she's really at home in these conditions. And that win over the number 2 seed, Victoria Allen, yesterday, so emphatic, 6-2, 6-love, never really let up. And she's difficult to play, Grace, because she takes the ball on the rise almost constantly, and she's got really flat strokes off both forehand and backhand, with potentially, I'd say, a stronger backhand, which is not the most common thing among players at this level. So
British Tour semi-final match, played over 2 tie-break sets. If needed, a 1-set-all, a 10-point match tie-break.
So
left of the chair from Great Britain, Emma Wilson. Right of the chair, also Great Britain, Grace Piper.
Richard Haig setting the scene perfectly for us. And if she has, if Grace does have a flat shot, that could be quite beneficial on a day like today, where you can just see now how breezy. I mean, I'd say it's beyond breezy. I think it's actually windy out there.
Yeah, actually, that's a fair point. It is pretty windy. And yeah, she's coped all right with the conditions so far. I think we've got 2 players out here. I mean, I watched Emma Wilson a couple of weeks ago when she played the 2nd seed on that occasion, Maya Lumsden. I think we did that one together, Rob.
We did.
And she was definitely very aggressive, looking to move in and hitting big from the baseline. So I can understand why that contest last weekend went as close as it did, because both of these 2 will be looking to dominate in the baseline rallies. And that could make for some really grueling exchanges out here, I think. But it could come down to who actually handles the condition better on the day.
Yeah, I mean, we're very nearly forced inside. It was certainly an option. It was being discussed yesterday. It was still being discussed up until the latest possible opportunity this morning. Because, of course, here being at the NTC, we have all the surfaces, all the facilities available to go indoors if the rain had continued. But everyone did really well here in clearing up the court, because there obviously had been a fair bit of rain earlier on. So we are outside, which is a blessing. I wonder if the players might have preferred perhaps to be playing inside, where they wouldn't have to contend with these conditions.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I think I actually caught Jodie Burridge just after she'd been practicing this morning. She'd been first hitting outside, and then when the rain started, she moved in, and she said it's a different ball game inside, just because of the sheer pace of it, which I think these 2 players, you know, they might have quite enjoyed that with the style of play that they opt for, you know, looking to be aggressive. And, you know, Piper hits the ball so flat and so quick, which is definitely favoured by an indoor court. But, you know, these are what the conditions that they've got, and they'll be looking to use them to the best of their ability.
Indeed. I do feel that with outdoor sports, that is part of the game. You've got to work out how to deal with what nature throws at you, as well as what your opponent throws at you.
Ready?
So here we are, getting underway then. It's Grace Piper to serve.
Let for serve. 15 love.
That was such a difficult shot at the net for Emma Wilson, as was that last one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that 1 point shows you a lot about the way this match is going to go. Wilson looking to impose herself and move up the court, but Piper can make life difficult so much for the player at the net just because of the flatness of her shots, and that's really difficult to contend with on a passing shot.
Oh, that's a super
15-0.
backhand. That will feel good. Second point of the match.
Yeah, she's come out firing, as indeed she did a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, she'll know with the form that Piper's in, you know, having only dropped 4 games over 2 matches, she'll know that she has to be on her A game from the offset.
Fault.
Yeah, umpires calling the lines in this tournament. Tough job.
15-30.
No line judges, no Hawkeye. You may spot some Hawkeye cameras actually round about, but they're not for us, rather sadly. Very selfish. They're actually for the next event that's coming, starting on Monday, which will be the Battle of the Brits, team tennis, organised by Jamie Murray. More on that a little bit later.
Let. First service.
You know, all the kit is being put in for that this weekend, all the extra cameras.
A
little too flat on the backhand, Wilson.
Yeah, it's difficult sometimes. She had to get right down for that, and she is probably going to have to apply a little bit more topspin to her backhands just because of the flatness of Piper's shots.
Emma Wilson beat the number 3 seed Anna Popescu in round 1.
40-30.
Well, that's a super response. Great serve. Really taking that serve out wide. Wilson nowhere near it.
Pulse.
Oh, that's a
Yeah,
little
Piper.
loose from Wilson. A great retrieval, though, from Piper from the back of the court.
Yeah, you could see the frustration from Wilson shaking her head. You can tell from her body language, from when I've seen her play, you know, she doesn't really hide how she's feeling particularly much. And you can understand because she'd really got herself into a decent position at the beginning of that game, and it looked like she'd have quite an emphatic start. But, you know, occasionally the loose shots have seen them previously from her, and that's something that she really needs to try and keep a lid on. Don't give Piper many free points because she's not going to be giving many the other way.
No, and that backhand obviously
Wilson to serve.
could work very well for Emma Wilson.
Yeah, I think she quite likes to drive with the forehand from what I've seen, particularly when she's looking to come in using the off forehand or down the line.
So Wilson to serve at love 1.
Love 50.
Oh, that's clever of Piper, actually making use of the angle that she was given from that serve.
Yeah, if you're on your toes and your anticipation is on point, then you can really get on top of those returns and redirect the pace straight back to the server.
Ooh.
15-all.
Interesting. She was a little bit off balance moving in there after she'd done so well on the return, you know, sidestep round to get it on the forehand and really slammed it down the line.
Fault. Fault. 15-30.
That's one of those gifted points you were talking about. Yeah, she's a little frustrated by that. It takes time to settle into a match, though. We're early days here.
Fertial.
A little bit of brightness here now. You can almost see a shadow developing on the court. How exciting.
Rare sights.
Fault.
Oh, that's a
30,
super
40.
shot. Really got down to play that one. Got down low.
Oh yeah, she committed to those backhands, and on that last one she just dropped it a little bit shorter, so Wilson was kind of left rooted to the spot, expecting it to come a bit deeper.
Juice.
Great wrong footer there. Piper already heading off to the other side of the court. Positive that she could execute like that in such a moment, down a break point, you know, not been impressed herself by some of the things she's come up with in these opening 2 games.
You can see that breeze on those flags in the left of your shot there. Not so good that
Advantage
time
Wilson.
from Piper on that low backhand. But Wilson right to just roll that second serve in. If the serve's not firing quite on song at the moment.
Out. Juice.
And you could see on that close-up as we watched Emma Wilson preparing to serve there that just how windy it is out there. Very difficult on the ball toss for the server.
Yeah, incredibly, it's really picking up.
Fault.
And in a normal situation, you would wait for the wind to drop before you serve, but that wind isn't dropping, so which is a little bit of an
Yeah,
issue.
that could take days.
Advantage Wilson.
A little careless from Piper, who's been so good on the backhand.
Yeah, one of the things with those flatter shots is that there is a lower margin for error, so when they go over, they're devastating and they're really difficult to combat, but you do have to be careful with that clearance over the net.
Fault. Juice.
So many little shakes of the head already.
Yeah. Like to see a bit of positivity actually from Emma Wilson.
Out.
Oh, that was a great serve.
Advantage Wilson.
Well nailed, swinging wide.
Feels like a long game, this one.
Yeah, it'll be a key one for her to come through.
Fault. Out. Game Wilson.
So
One game more.
Wilson gets the hold. Another slightly loose backhand from Grace Piper, but Wilson will be pleased to have held there, and perhaps will give her just a little confidence boost.
Yeah, it's Grace Piper's turn to show a little bit of frustration at the back end there, which is a bit more unusual for her. She's quite reserved, quite quiet, and goes quietly about her business, so you can tell that she sensed an opportunity that she'd missed.
good play from Wilson. That was a
15.
great get from the back of the court, and she seemed to almost curl the ball in.
Yeah, she did well to run into place and get into position. Might have thought that the point finished there, but Piper had got up to it nicely, changed the racket head face, played the right shot, but Wilson preparing as she ran there, and it paid off.
Good serve.
15-all.
Got quite a lot on that serve, Piper, hasn't she?
Yeah, it was a little bit of kick there. But the wind can carry some of these serves and take them down a little faster, which makes it difficult for the returner to time their shot and find the sweet spot.
Out.
Yeah, that serve looks useful to me,
30-50.
Piper, and we know that she can get a really good angle on it from the deuce court as well.
40-50.
I think it's one of the best serves I've seen all week in the women's game.
Well, you can tell that she's comfortable. She played obviously a great week last week, has been here for a while, and you know, tough conditions today, but they have been similar. She was here week 1 when it was pretty blustery, so just taking it in a stride.
Hot.
Cue the double fault. This always happens, doesn't it?
Always.
I'm sure it won't be.
Out.
Ooh.
40-30.
Well, that's interesting. I think Piper might have almost wondered if the return from Wilson was perhaps a little bit
Yeah,
long.
it was deep on both ends.
Yeah. It is really tough for the umpires calling the lines further from them when they're not even looking down the line. Richard Haig, one of the most experienced umpires here this week.
Going Piper. Piper leads by 2 games to 1.
The point you make about showing your feelings and sort of wearing your heart on the sleeve, we do see this a lot from Emma Wilson. I do remember in that match against Maya Lumsden, she does give an air of just being a bit fed up with it all.
Yeah, it's you know, for some players, I'm going to draw the example of Donna Vekic, who's really accomplished now, and for years she just seemed so, I'm going to just say, so moody on the court, you know, and slumped shoulders, scowls, you know, shakes of the head, and I genuinely felt like it was holding her back. And do you know what? I think that is part of just how she is on the court, and do you know, it looks kind of worse than it is, but you can kind of hold back on the, you know, the audible frustration or the shakes of the head. You know, that kind of body language is something that the opponents will pick up on. And with Donna, I have noticed that she's cut down on it a little bit in recent times, and that improvement of mentality has resulted in a rankings rise for her. So I can draw the similarities actually between her and Emma Wilson in that respect.
Oh, that's really interesting. You're also giving yourself negative input, aren't you, by doing that?
Yeah.
Okay, Emma Wilson to serve then at 1-2. Really difficult for the players here with this ball toss and this strong wind. Well played, Wilson. That's a really good approach from the serve.
Going back to what you were saying, I think there's a difference between sometimes a player will completely lose it for a moment, you know, whether it's chucking a racket or yelling or something, and then it will be an improvement. But I think you need to get it all out in one go, as opposed to, you know, all these little head shakes and little mutterings. And if you offload it all at once, it can actually be helpful. I'm not recommending it, you know, but it can. We've seen, you know, there's been evidence that it can be beneficial, and just get it out of your system, you know. But if you just let it build up and build up and build up, as Wilson, to be fair, seems to sometimes, that's not very helpful.
No, well, she's letting her tennis do the talking here in this game.
Yeah, brilliant start.
Very clever. I mean, she must have had a little chat to herself with that change of ends.
Yeah, really good. I think she was actually, I don't know if the wind held the ball up on this particular shot, but she it almost kind of fell through it a bit, but found the mark, you know, across court, and it worked out for her.
Very clever.
Doing exactly what she needs to in this game.
I think also, if as a spectator, if you're watching someone who doesn't particularly seem to be enjoying what they're doing out there, it can also have an impact on the spectator. If you see someone who's really enjoying what they're doing, you tend to enjoy it too. Oh, that's wonderful, but it's not good enough.
Game, Wilson.
Yeah, no, you're not going to argue with Richard Haig. Listen to the authority in his voice when he called that. It was just, I mean, it's the far line from Richard Haig.
Yeah.
Not to say that he wasn't right. Look at those eyes.
Are you saying that he wasn't right, Rob?
I'm not saying that he wasn't right.
Okay.
No, I'm supporting the umpires throughout.
Okay.
I think
I
it's a
won't
tricky
comment.
job. They're doing well. 2-2. They're really difficult. Grace will feel that she was in a better place to have seen where her shot landed, I'm sure.
Yeah.
False.
And in juniors, they call their own lines, of course, and these players would be used to doing that.
Yeah, it can get messy.
Oh!
15-all.
Wilson's come out of the blocks firing since that change of ends.
Yeah, killer instinct there. It's a real warning to Piper, who let that serve kind of sit up in the box, and Wilson's having none of that. Great return.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't want to take anything away from Wilson. She's really mixing up the shots here, the speed, the trajectory, everything.
Yeah, she's here to play. And, you know, even if that net cord hadn't happened, she was well set up for that off forehand. Piper in position, but she looks really comfortable from the forecourt, Wilson, at the moment.
False.
Well, both players really warming to the task here, you feel. I think we could have a bit of a match on our hands here as Wilson sets up 2 break points here. Still doesn't look happy.
Well, she might be if she gets this game. I wouldn't be happy and win this strong, to be fair.
It is really strong. Bad luck.
30-40.
Yeah, it's gusting as well, which means, I mean, it's fairly constantly there, and then you'll get a gust, which makes it even stronger and creating all sorts of problems.
Credit to Piper for nailing that wide serve.
Out. Game, Wilson.
So Wilson gets the break.
Wilson leads by 3 games to 2.
I think it was really well handled by her in that last point. And Piper's shots had lacked a bit of their previous pace, and with them so short in the court, it would have been really tempting to overhit. But Wilson, you know, taking the wind into account, it seemed, and just being careful with them, dictating and moving in, but not going for too much, and drew the error from Piper on the run as a result. So great stuff from her in the last couple of games.
Really good. I think she's maybe listening to us. Up to her game?
Potentially, who knows?
As if.
I think she'd like to take the credit.
I think she should.
Time.
So this is the second of our women's semi-finals here, week 4 of the LTA British Tour. Lily Miyazaki, the #1 seed, through to the final after her victory over Holly Staff just before this match here. So she'll be awaiting the winner of this match in tomorrow's final. And I think better weather conditions all round tomorrow. It's going to be a little bit more like a summer's day, I think.
Speaking it into existence.
So Wilson to serve with the break at 3-2.
Love 15.
It was a good return from Piper.
Yeah, great depth on her shots. I think Wilson was a little inside the baseline for part of that rally, but hadn't made the decision to move in. And Piper, with the depth, able to penalise that and push her back, and wasn't quite in position.
Fault.
Oh, that's glorious.
Love 30.
Love that shot.
Yeah, fantastic response from Piper. She's just got her head down and got straight back to business, which is essential. And it's that backhand again, beautifully up the line.
It's also when do you decide to play that shot up the line. Came so much sooner in the rally than it might otherwise have done. That was long.
15-30.
Obviously not.
Yeah, I thought it just caught the line, but Piper likes to take the balls early, so sometimes it can make it difficult to call the shot because no sooner as it hit the ground than it's back in play.
All.
An ace from Wilson. We'll never know where that went. Was it down the line? Was it cross court?
From her swing, it looked like down the tee.
It did. Well played.
Yeah.
30-40.
Had a lot of time to think there, almost too much time, but she picked her direction and committed to it.
It's always the danger, isn't it? When you have too much time, you then change your mind and then it all goes horribly wrong. But Piper very self-assured with that. Has the chance to break back here.
Game Piper. 3 games all.
So Piper does break straight back, much to the frustration of Emma Wilson.
You can see already why their match last weekend was so close. And, you know, Wilson rose to the occasion when Piper made a great start, and Piper's risen to her level once again. So
Yeah, went to 10-8, didn't it, in the match tiebreak?
it did indeed.
Going for that wide serve again, which has served her well, but it's quite a demanding shot. Oh no, Wilson. Such a
15 love.
good deep return, and she came into the net, and it wasn't really a difficult shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure why she opted for the kind of chopping it as opposed to hitting it more cleanly, which would have given her more margin for error. Kind of dropped out of it.
30 love. Faults.
Oh, that's good play.
30-50.
These two can really strike the ball nicely, can't they?
Yeah, they really can. Great commitment to her shots there from Wilson, and stepping round to come over the top of the ball on the forehand. Nicely finished. Took it from a height as well.
Out. 30 all.
Don't know if she told herself to hit the ball there. I think they were the words I picked up from Grace, and it was more of a floaty shot. It didn't quite have the same power on it that she would usually put into it.
Yeah, a floaty shot in these conditions as well can of course get taken by the wind too, can't it?
40-30.
Got quite a lot of power on that return from Wilson, but it was the next shot that's let her down again. Trying to do too much with it, do you think?
It's difficult because Piper's shots come so low and so quick that there's less time for her to get the topspin on the forehand that she needs.
That
Piper.
is a superb shot from Piper.
Piper leads 4 games to 3.
It was played from height, from behind the baseline, and yet she got a terrific angle on it.
Exactly, you know, with the 1-2 punches that finish in a winner, usually you've moved into the baseline, the return's a lot shorter, but there she was able to just kind of leap and get on top of the ball a bit to drive it into the corner. Great rotation, full body swing into it, and she's earned that little lead, getting her nose back out in front.
Hasn't she just? Yeah, I do like the confidence with the way both these players are striking the ball. There's real purpose to their game.
Yeah, 100%. They're backing themselves, and with the closeness of their most recent contest, they'll know that both of them, you know, have a real opportunity here. It's a semi-final, you know, top seeds waiting in the final, but these two both unseeded, they'll each be seeing this as a real opportunity.
Yeah, I think you can sense that as well in their body language and in the way they're approaching this. I'm sure there's a little bit of tension out there. So Wilson then to serve at 3-4 in this second semi-final in the women's competition on the LTA British Tour, week 4.
Not 50.
That really kept low off the bounce.
It really did.
Love 30.
There was something on that one too. That seemed to come off quite quickly, skid off the court a bit, but wasn't keeping low so much, but took me by surprise, took Emma Wilson by surprise.
Love 40.
Yeah, this game is going by very quickly.
Well, that's how it goes, you know, 3 short points, and suddenly there's the huge deficit. That's why it's so important just to put those balls in play and make Piper play, just extend the length of the game a little bit so it doesn't feel like it's running away from you.
Yeah, 3 break points for a 5-3 lead here. And she gets it
Piper.
with style.
Piper leads by 5 games to 3.
I mean, there wasn't even that much acceleration on that backhand.
No, it was just the perfect placement, you know. Watch it back here, you know. Wilson, technically she could have approached off of that because it was a bit of a shorter return, but she was almost kind of rooted to the baseline, and Piper just needed to have the precision down the line more than she needed the pace.
Out.
Well done, Wilson.
Love 15.
Really good angle.
Yeah, that's smart, taking the depth off it to force Piper wide.
She was on the neighbouring court, Piper, once she got to that one.
all.
Well, usually they're so flat, but the height on that one was really deceptive. It just dropped in at the last moment.
Well done.
15-30.
Yeah, that's great focus. She was made to play so many extra balls, and that one to finish it off, just inching her way up the court. Paced herself well.
Faults.
It's
30
a
all.
little bit of a loose return. She was in a great position to get to a chance to break straight back here.
Yeah, rallies have been going pretty well for her so far. She doesn't want to give over cheap points like that.
30 all.
Fault.
Oh, it's a good return from Wilson.
30-40.
And she does get the break point. Dropping that return just over the net with the angle.
Wilson.
Fabulous return.
Blazing that one, really saw her moment and attacks there, Emma Wilson. And you can just see with these two, neither of them willing to give the other player any momentum or rhythm. And it's great to see them actually stepping up each time. There are so many moments in this set when each of them could have been disappointed. And we said, you know, at the beginning, Wilson's body language wasn't incredible. But, you know, fair play to her. She's really kept stepping up a level exactly when she's needed to. And going about her business, and it's working. So fair play.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing, that she wasn't dwelling on past misdemeanors and was moving forward. And I think that was the mindset she had to take that break of serve. So it's given Grace Piper something to think about as Emma Wilson comes out now to try and level up this first set. Training 4-5. Plenty of shots in her armory to trouble her opponent. So often it's the mental game that you can be battling with. She tried her hand at golf actually during lockdown. Said she was terrible at it.
Faults.
And that really is a mental game. Have you ever tried it?
No, I've been told that I should.
Oh, no, you definitely should.
Okay.
Everybody should. That's good play.
15.
Wilson was just stuck. Feet were stuck to the ground behind the baseline.
Yeah, Piper took that early. I was talking to some of the players last night actually about golf. I said there are two things that all tennis players well, a lot of them seem to be obsessed with. One of them's golf and one of them's sushi, the food. they all love sushi. Yes. And yeah, they told me, they said golf is a lot like tennis in terms of the hand-eye coordination and the swing that's required.
15 all.
Great shot from Wilson. Very good serve, deep to the corner, and
really
made the most
set
of
her
it.
up.
Foul. Out. 15-30.
Yeah, it's that question of when you change direction, when you pull the trigger. That shot probably didn't need to be quite as ambitious from Wilson.
Yeah, she probably felt a lot more comfortable, you know, having nailed the previous shots the way that she did.
Faults.
That's terrific backhand.
Yeah, great drive.
Really, power, it was low, just speared through the court.
Yeah, it's pretty simple the way Wilson goes about her tennis. It's pretty textbook stuff, you know, try and get it on the forehand, try and dominate and make your way in. But when it's executed well, it's so effective. It doesn't need to be overcomplicated.
Oh, well played.
40-30.
Again, she's, as you say, it's textbook stuff, isn't it?
Yeah,
Biding her time.
absolutely. And really hung so tough. Piper got her to play a few balls on the backhand wing there, but she showed that she's, you know, just as consistent off it. And then it's the forehand that's really potent, the finishing blow.
Well, this is a chance to level at 5-all here.
Juice.
Well, you could see, I think Grace Piper was very much aware of the scoreboard in the previous point when she bent over after Wilson had won the point for 40-30. She knew that if she could just get her teeth really into that one, it would have been set point. And you can see her sensing the opportunity here.
Advantage,
Oh.
Wilson.
That is absolutely pinpoint from Wilson.
A stunning finish from her because Piper was injecting a lot of pace into that rally, and the moment that slice get came drifting back, she was on top to nail the winner, and great focus from Wilson.
Game Wilson.
And she levels.
5 games all.
Oh, hats off to Emma Wilson there for really taking control of that service game, which she really needed to do to stay in that set, and she acquitted herself superbly.
Impressive. She really rose to the occasion, and yeah, you can see with both of these two looking so comfortable. Clearly they've eased their way into their games and are peaking for week 4, which we love to see.
Absolutely. Place in the final beckons against the #1 seed. Piper serving.
Love 15.
Striking with purpose out here. She really nailed some short points in recent moments.
15 all.
And then that happens.
Well, the precise serve from Piper. There have been moments where she's landed it with pinpoint accuracy, and it's really paid off.
Out. 15-30.
Yeah, just apologies if you picked up any language there,
Play
but
suspended.
we've got rain,
Wow, that was incredibly sudden,
wasn't it just?
out of nowhere.
So at 15:30 in the 11th game at 5-all, the rain has been carried in on this infuriating wind, and Richard Haig in the chair calls for a halt to play.
That's
And,
quite remarkable. It just came between points.
it really did.
It looks like that fine rain as well that comes down. And there doesn't look to be much of it, but it's incredibly, it's going to make that court really slippy. So absolutely play should be suspended right then and there.
Yeah, you can see on the lens it's almost obliterated with the raindrops now. So there is the opportunity to move indoors if this looks like it's going to be a sustained fall of rain. There's bright sky in the distance, and it already looks like it may have passed overhead. Being such a strong breeze out there, it should hopefully carry it through pretty quickly. So a little break in play. Just a reminder that in this semi-final between Emma Wilson and Grace Piper, the winner will come through to meet the #1 seed Lily Miyazaki, who came through against Holly Staff in the match before this. So with the rain delay, play suspended, we'll take a brief break, and as soon as there's a sign of things coming back, we'll of course be right back there with all the action.
Resumption of play, 15:30.
Well, welcome back. Players straight back into action on the resumption. And no warm-up because the delay was less than 15 minutes. Grace Piper serving, 5-all. Emma Wilson at the far end.
Out. 30
So
all.
important for Piper to get that first point on the board. It's really tough when you're at the business end of the set, you're down on serve, and suddenly the rain halts your momentum. So key for her, I think, to get that one, get the level up.
Yeah, and you're coming straight back onto court, and you've got to get into the swing of it absolutely without any kind of preparation. So here we're at 30-all, 5-all, first set. It's the second of our women's semi-finals today, with Lily Miyazaki, the #1 seed, already through. She beat Holly Staff in the first semi, just a little bit earlier on this morning. Oh, got away with that one, Emma Wilson. The drive volley perhaps didn't have quite enough on it. And then I think this one, the next shot, sorry, just crept over that net.
Yeah, the drive volley was a little shallow in the court, and Piper made her play as many extra balls as she could, but she didn't leave any margin for error on that volley. You heard it clip the net cord.
Yeah. So it's a break point for Wilson. Oh, that's great
Wilson.
play. All the angles there.
New balls. Wilson
And what-
leads 6 games to 5.
What a time for Wilson to take the lead. And what a break.
Yeah, really impressive focus. We did notice during the rain break, I think that Grace went inside, but Emma was so keen to carry on playing. She just went off to the side and stood under the little shelter at the edge of the building here and was first back out on court. I think you could see that she was sensing her opportunity and didn't want to lose any of the momentum that she'd been building over the last couple of games. She's really starting to find her range out here.
She certainly is. She really played that with confidence, didn't she? Yeah, very difficult for players. That interruption, it's a short one as well. You never quite know how long you're going to be off court for. It was mercifully brief, but for the server, maybe particularly difficult. You've got to get straight back into it as you come out on court. Looks like Wilson will be serving with new balls as well to try and close out this first set.
Yeah, it's a good situation for her to be in, and definitely, I think, a little bit less pressure returning when you come back out, because as the server, you know, it's supposed to be your advantage in the game, and you've got so much to lose there. But throughout this set, we have seen, you know, every time a player has come up short, they've risen to the occasion in the next game. So, not yet over this set.
Love 15.
Yeah, she is playing that, both those forehands and backhands very flat. That forehand just clipped the net on its way through again.
Love 30.
Oh, and that just puts everything else to waste that you've just achieved on the previous point.
Yeah, frustration there is understandable.
Well, she lost the previous point, of course, but yeah, double faults. Costly. It's a gift to her opponent.
Out. Number 40.
Maybe it's in Wilson's head a little bit here that every time someone's got their nose out in front, the other player has come back fighting. And yeah, she knew stepping up to serve that, you know, this was not in the bag, and she's under some real pressure here now.
Out. 15-40.
Dealt with the pressure well.
Yeah, it's what she needed before, but great from her to raise the level and the potency of her strokes with her back against the wall.
False. False. Game Piper. 6 games all tiebreak.
Well, that was a loose old service game from Emma Wilson. She will be kicking herself, particularly if this tiebreak doesn't go her way.
Yeah, 2 double faults in there, and that little drop from her, I've said in matches where I've seen her before, there has been that little lull that has cost her, and it's really difficult, honestly, to say which way this tiebreak's going to go, because these two have been pretty level all the way through the set.
1-0 Wilson.
Punished that return, didn't she?
It's just out of the blue. Suddenly she's absolutely firing, and then the next moment it's gone limp. So it's really difficult to read what's coming, and maybe that's difficult for Piper as well to get any kind of rhythm against this.
Wind problems.
Toss.
Gosh, she's
1-0.
dicing with death in Wilson. I mean, even the shots that go over are scraping past the net.
Not the best time for the wind to pick up again, this tiebreak. It's such fine margins, and with you know, 1st to 7 points, there's not really any room for mistakes.
I mean, it's horrible out there. That wind is really creating havoc. And for the server in particular, very difficult to get your ball toss right, because that ball is going to be blown off its trajectory.
Out. 2-1. Wilson.
Well, going with serve at the beginning of this.
See if Grace has problems at the ball toss here. Well, we've lost our pictures, I'm afraid. I don't know if you can still hear us. Assuming that you can, we'll try and see what we can see out of the window, but the answer is very little.
Wilson. 3-2, Wilson.
Well, we're back with you. Apologies for the break in transmission there. Just let you know now that Wilson is serving at 3-2. Grace Piper with an ace on her serve just now to get that 2 up on the board.
4-2, Wilson.
So change of ends after 6 points in this first set tiebreak in our second semi-final here at the LTA British Tour week 4 between Emma Wilson and Grace Piper. It's a rematch of last week's Tier 1 final here, which Piper won in 3 very tight sets. Well, 2 tight sets and a match tiebreak, to be strictly accurate. Looks like we could be in for a similar state of affairs here, Abigail.
Yeah, well, Wilson will be happy to be at the changeover with the mini break, but if this set as a whole is anything to go by, she's by no means safe yet. It looks really convincing with the off-forehand approach in that previous point, but she has suddenly kind of lost her fire at times, very much out of the blue in this match. So really important for her to get this first point after the changeover, just to give herself a bit of breathing room. If not, Grace Piper's right back into things.
Oh. 5-2, Wilson.
Played that one to perfection as well. I was interested that she decided to take the drive volley. In these conditions, it's quite brave.
Yes, yeah, she was almost penalised for it being up the middle of the court. It did allow Piper to get back into things, but credit to Wilson for not crumbling and finishing off the point.
Oh.
Me.
6-2, Wilson.
Wilson digging that backhand out of nowhere, and how it got over the net, I have no idea.
Yeah, she almost fell onto it down the line, and it was really effective in the end.
It certainly was. Absolutely spot on the line, and that sets up 4 set points for Wilson.
Light for service.
Oh,
6-3, Wilson.
so brave.
That really was brave. I had my heart in my mouth for that one, because I think I'd have been tempted to let it bounce just to see what it was going to do.
Exactly, you couldn't tell that that one was actually, maybe on the replay actually it did look like it would find the court, but even so, you know, it was gathering pace and she had to time that one to perfection.
On set point down, that was a mark of courage from Piper.
Out.
Oh.
Game first set, Wilson. 7 games to 6.
Well, that is a terrific first set. That was really enjoyable to watch. It could have gone in either direction. Both players peaking at times, while the other perhaps falling away, but we've seen some really good shot play from both.
Yeah, really intriguing, and
So sorry, we've lost pictures again. We'll try and get them back as quickly as we did last time. The engineer's doing a fabulous job out here to try and get things fixed.
I think it's the wind, Rob. I think it's knocked everything off.
It could be the wind, or it could be that there are some other cables being put in for the tournament next week, and things get unplugged. I'm not blaming anybody.
No.
Let's blame nature, shall we? But yeah, what a great first set between Wilson and Piper. Wilson coming through and showing some real quality out there, and Grace Piper, after having played that courageous backhand drive volley, a rather weak finish to the set for her.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed because she did look the stronger player in the early stages, but you know, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And Emma Wilson very much improved as the set went on. Yeah, there were some dips, but she really came up with the goods in that tiebreak when she needed them. And some great power tennis from her, not afraid to try and paint those lines, which is great to see.
Certainly is. So still a few little technical problems as it's Emma serving to get the second set underway here.
It's Grace serving, I think.
It is Grace.
No, sorry, ignore me.
No.
Couldn't see anything on that.
This is Emma Wilson in our picture here. Set to the good now. Grace mustn't let her head drop here. One or two loose shots we've seen in recent games. A little loose one there. Oh, almost a winner from Wilson. Almost is, of course, nothing. Is it? But
It was great hitting, full of intent from Wilson, and the moment she let up and attempted that drop shot, Piper was ready to take advantage. And with the attacking mindset of these two, I don't think they really can afford to switch it up in that respect too much, because the moment one of them sees a slower ball, they're right onto it to rip through.
that was interesting timing and a great angle to get from the middle of the court.
Yeah, what Piper does impressively sometimes is, you know, she doesn't change up the baseline rallies that much, but she does mix up the depth, and you can see she took that one a lot shorter. It was inside the service box, and that just catches Wilson by surprise. There again, noting Wilson's position on the other side of the court was quite far in, so made sure that she got real depth on that forehand down the line.
And an invaluable breakpoint opportunity in the first game of this second set for Piper.
This is what we were talking about, you know, with the sudden dips. One moment she's on fire and zoned in, and the next it just goes. That was a really limp forehand into the net.
Yeah, strange one. Well, they are battling with tricky conditions out there with the wind, as we've said, and slight interruption for rain, but getting settled in again in this second set. Wilson from Newcastle, trains at the Northumberland club up there. He's been doing a bit of coaching, in fact, as well. Thinking back to what might have been maybe in that previous game. So Grace Piper at 1-love. Oof.
Here she is again.
Exactly, but how long is it going to last for?
You never know. There's not been much of a rhythm in this match, apart from the fact that each player keeps coming back and going and coming back and taking it in turns to dominate for a bit. They've been quite nice to each other, I think.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a yo-yo, hasn't it?
completely.
There we are. Illustrating our point perfectly. Grace Piper from Taunton in Somerset. Lovely part of the world. Training at the Tennis Academy at the University of Bath. Attended the Castle School.
Let for serve. Out. 15-30.
Well, that worked so beautifully from the other end in the previous game.
There are just occasions on her backhand where she just doesn't seem to follow through right to the end of the shot. It's kind of a little bit loose at the back end, and you have to focus all the way through, you know, almost point the ball to where you want it to go.
Oh, like that.
Like that.
Oh, it was beautifully played.
Yeah, no problems there whatsoever. Complete follow through, and you can see just, you know, following through so that she's pointing her elbows at where she wants the ball to land, and it's really good.
30 all.
Oh.
Oh my word. We'll blame the wind for that.
Well, I don't want to speak too soon, but we might actually see a consolidation here, which 2-love lead, a gap of 2 games. Haven't seen that for a while.
No, we haven't.
Although I have to say, you know, given how close their match was last weekend and how close this has been, I'd be surprised, really, if it doesn't go to a match tiebreak.
That's a very brave call at this stage.
I get that feeling just
Yeah,
because of
I agree with you.
how close Piper was to even taking that first set, and
Yeah.
how well she's acquitted herself mentally throughout recent matches that she's played. Probably shouldn't have called it that early, though. We need to keep the suspense. Might be wrong.
Well, indeed.
Juice.
She's lost the opportunity there for the time being, Piper. I very much hope you're right, because I'd like to see this match go the distance. I like watching these two play. I think they've got a great game. Yes, not faultless at all, but difficult conditions as well.
Yeah.
But there's a lot to enjoy out here in this match. Deuce, 1-love.
Oh, wow.
Piper.
Back end of the baseline.
There's real quality in that rally, because it was a great return from Emma Wilson. She had to really lean across to get it, but look at this.
Just caught, I think.
Yes. Good serve.
Out. Game Piper.
Going down the
Piper
tee,
leads by 2 games to love.
and that's clever, because she quite often uses the wide serve with great effect. But going down the tee there, Emma Wilson a little bit off balance, and exactly as you say, Abigail, Piper moves into a 2-love lead in this second set.
Impressed with her focus there. You heard a little bit of frustration from her, and it would have been easy for her to get carried away by that. And you know, Wilson was hitting with intensity as well, so I think she really had to step up to take that game.
Love 15.
Are you kidding? Oh, wow, that was a brilliant angle. Once again, just catching the outside edge of the line, I think.
Love 30.
Yeah, Wilson unlucky a little bit there perhaps, but Grace Piper back to the way she was playing early in that first set.
So clean, and it's such a great sound when the ball comes off her racket. It's such a clean sound. You can tell how well she's striking that ball.
And the other player will be aware of that because, you know, when you can hear how your opponent is hitting the ball,
Yeah.
it gives you an idea on what the ball might be about to do.
Oh,
15-30.
wow.
That's cruel, isn't it? I think those are the first two slices we've seen all match.
We've seen a couple interspersed, I think, but it's been very few. And in the times they have appeared, the opposing player has been quick to get on top of them and finish things off, so which says a lot about why we haven't seen many more.
Paul.
No,
Oh,
Grace
dear.
Piper.
30 all.
That shot needed to have a lot more on it and a lot more depth from Piper if she was going to go down the line. She was
Yeah.
trying to wrong foot Emma Wilson.
Yeah, well, you see, Wilson had already done the split step, so she wasn't really off balance there at all. She was very much ready for that ball. And, yeah, sometimes you don't want to try and be too clever. Just do the easy option, which is into the open court.
30 all.
30-40.
You see Wilson then immediately letting her opponent off the hook after a point that would have probably unsettled Grace Piper a little.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a decent return from Piper, you know, to the body, but it could have been more difficult. And a little bit of gift from Wilson. Oh,
Yes.
well taken. Right down to take that one on the rise and come over the top of the ball.
Still facing 2 break points though, which would give her opponent a 3-love lead. So still a bit of work to be done in this service game for Emma Wilson. Really can't afford any more cheap errors. Oh, perhaps Piper a
That's
little
it,
bit guilty
Wilson.
of going the wrong way again.
She didn't have enough depth on that ball where she had so much time to line up for it. I think she went for power over placement, really, and Wilson was straight on top of it to penalise her positioning on the court. Hard lesson learned.
Game, Wilson.
So
Piper leads by 2 games to 1.
Wilson gets on the scoreboard in this second set. Frustrating one that for Piper. She had 3 chances to break and let them slip by just a little bit of indecision.
Well, she didn't have break points in the end. She was almost love 40, and then there was the net chords from Wilson, which seems pretty significant now because if she had that love 40 lead, that would have put a lot of pressure on Emma Wilson. And prior to that, when she got to love 30, you know, Piper was hitting so cleanly, and you got the feeling that she was getting into a little bit of momentum, which we've not really, neither of them have allowed each other to gain much momentum in this match. But you did feel, you know, that if she could get to 3 love, she might actually be able to make a quicker end to this set. As it stands, you know, 2-1, still very much anyone's.
Yeah, it's got a very different feel to it, hasn't it? And Emma Wilson really right back in this second set, having taken the first set on a tie break to 2. So Piper serving now at 2-1 and trailing by a set to love.
Out. 15 love.
One or two darkish clouds looming in the distance, the way the wind is coming from the southwest. That's all I'm saying.
Calls.
Oh, well played. I think if that had been a
30 love.
singles net, she might have almost been playing that round the net post.
Potentially, yeah, it was well positioned. For Wilson, you could see what she was doing. She was trying to be unpredictable, but you know, with Piper already positioned over on that side of the court, it was little difficulty for her to get in position and just touch it down the line.
Yeah, the wind is predominantly coming from the southwest, so as Grace Piper is serving, she's serving pretty much straight into it.
Out.
Just wide.
40 love.
And you can see how it held the serve but carried the return on that occasion, so it does have an impact.
Certainly does. Makes it very difficult for players to judge the flight of the ball.
Out.
Oh, and
Game. Piper.
just wide again.
Piper leads by 3 games to 1.
So Piper holds for a very useful lead in this second set.
I think that's a massive boost for her that she should hold to love after a really key game in which she kind of had half chances to break through but wasn't able to get across the line. And yeah, I think she had a bit of help from Wilson in that game, but still 40 love and then getting the hold is really, really beneficial.
Terrific return. Really got onto that one early.
Oh, absolutely whipped it.
Out. 50 all.
She got down so low for that
She
forehand
did. She
up
was
the
almost
line.
sitting down, wasn't she?
Pretty much.
Well,
Strength in the legs.
Calls.
Yes, that
50.
time.
Oh.
Third time lucky. She hits the line.
Yeah, some of her 1-2 punches are kind of all or nothing shots almost, but she knows exactly where she wants to send it. Maybe she didn't need it, didn't mean to hit it with quite such slim a margin, but it turned into a wonderful shot.
And again,
50.
you know, hats off to her for keeping going on that shot and not trying to play it too safe. She needs to get back into this set here. Trailing 3-1.
Yeah, Wilson.
Very confident hold
Piper
there
leads
from
by 3 games to 2.
Emma Wilson. 2-3 here now.
It's interesting to see that, really. You know, it seemed to be getting really tight, and then two of the more straightforward holds that we've seen this match.
How many times has Emma Wilson clipped the net with the shot on the way through? I'd say in this match alone it could be 4 or 5 times, maybe more.
Yeah, it's interesting several times, and it's funny because of these two, it's Piper that seems to hit flatter and with a bit less topspin, but you know, Wilson's stepping up to the challenge and keeping her own shots close to the net, and you know, some of the times that she has clipped the net cord, I think the top spin that she gets on her forehand wing has really helped, because sometimes that's just enough to pop it over. And yeah, she's come off on the right side of a few of them throughout this clash.
You can hear the crows in the background. They're joining in with the sounds of nature. They're almost dominating the soundscape here, along with the wind and the aircraft.
They're really noisy, aren't they?
So Piper to serve now. 3-2, second set.
Out. 15 love.
Serving with the wind behind her now.
Paul.
Oh.
30 love.
The net not coming to her rescue on that occasion.
Not that time, no. A great drive on the forehand from Piper, and it's good to see her composure, you know, up on the scoreboard. Wilson's holding to keep throwing the spotlight back onto her, and she's responding at the moment, which is great to see.
Yeah, Emma Wilson just asking Richard Haig what he thought. He thought back of the line. It was certainly a deep one. You could tell that from here, but just masked our view by the net cord.
Yeah, I understand why she asked the question on that one.
So the scoreline here.
Out. Okay, Piper. Piper leads by 4 games to 2.
Well, this is a good margin for Piper to play with now, but a couple of loose returns from Emma Wilson.
Yeah, there were, and it's, again, you know, she's had some terrific form throughout this contest and generated some real firepower, shown great control and strength in her legs to get down to some of these balls. Her positioning's been great, and then all of a sudden, you know, just kind of pulls out of it for a few points.
15 love.
Piper's got quite the streak going on serve, though. That's two love holds in a row for her now.
Good spot. Oh, has that gone in the net?
I think it has. She...
Nice to see her laughing about it. That's a horrid shot, isn't it?
I think, you know, because Piper did guess, and she guessed correctly, maybe she could see her out of the corner of her eye, and that might have put her off a bit.
Oh!
30, 15.
That's always a difficult shot on the run. You're asking a lot of yourself.
Yeah, she didn't quite have the lift on it.
Calls it right that time.
30 all.
No temptation to try and be too clever with that, Grace Piper. Very confident point for her, finishing it off.
Yeah, she was quickly in when she saw that ball dropping short.
Out. 30, 40.
Now it gets interesting.
Yeah. Sorry, the score you're seeing on the screen is wrong. It is 30-40, so break point to Grace Piper. And if she can seal this, 5-2 lead would be very useful indeed. Oh.
Game, Piper.
Well, she went quite central with that. I would have thought Emma Wilson might have had a little
leads
more of a
4
say in
games
that
to 2.
point.
Well, she
5
hadn't really
games to
tried to anticipate, and she once again kind of rooted to the back of the court, but I think she was leaning towards the other direction, so really Piper, all she needed to do was find the open space, which she did, and got the job done. So credit to her for not overthinking too much and just getting that ball in play.
Yeah, so Piper must now sense, as Abigail did ages ago, a match tiebreak.
Makes a change, you know, from the past couple of days where I've actually had some really horrendous predictions, so I'll take this one. If she gets across the line, you know, we're not there yet.
No, we're not. You never know what can happen. The mind games could start to come in here because she's trailing by a set. Emma Wilson taking that first set on a tie break. But she is now trailing 2-5 here, Wilson. And it's going to be Piper to serve. And she's got a very useful serve when it's working. So Piper serving at 5-2, second set, trailing by a set to love.
15 love. Out. 30 love.
Well, at least make her play. You know, at this point in time, not really the time to be going for return winners. I know she's been able to hit some big ones, but you need to at least make Piper think right now.
Out.
What a short
48
seconds. That must have been pulled back by the wind.
Well, I think she tried to land a kick serve, and in doing so, you know, you have to brush the ball in a different way, and I think it dropped short as a result, but it definitely still had the kick and spin on it, so quite a difficult one, really, for Wilson to judge.
Well, it sets up 3 set points for Grace Piper to take it to a match tiebreak.
Out. 40-15.
We heard the reaction from Wilson, who, you know, even at set points down, double breakdown, she still believes in her chances in this set.
Oh, well played.
Game, second set, Piper.
So good. We've seen it so many
Games
times.
two.
The short angle,
What's
setting
it all?
up for the
Match
deep
tiebreak.
finishing shot. And yeah, that's the set in the bag.
It certainly is, and the Abigail Johnson prediction is spot on. We're into a match tiebreak here in this second semi-final. Wilson taking the first 7-6, very tight first set. And then Piper sealing the equaliser just now at 6-2. You see this sky has been pretty menacing today. It's been very unkind to the players. We just look through any stats here that stand out to you. Look at those first serve stats for Emma Wilson.
Yeah, she's got a lot of first serves in, but it's funny, you know, that she says there that she didn't have any break points throughout that set, which is it's interesting, you know, they're back and forth seesaw in that first set, and Piper, you know, once she'd inched ahead in this set, she really got some momentum going, and it's going to be interesting to see if she can carry that into this match tiebreak, or if she thinks about the occasion.
Indeed. So first to 10 by a lead of 2. It's exactly what happened in their final here last weekend. The Piper taking that match tiebreak 10-8. What's the story going to be this time? On that occasion, Piper actually won the first set. Switched around this time.
Oh, wow.
1-0 Piper.
The serve in the tiebreak is so important.
Crucial, and even just the fact, you know, putting balls in play the point out. You don't want to give any gifts in the tiebreakers. Very little breathing room.
That serve
2-0.
absolutely on the
Piper.
line. Gave her a nice platform to work from, Piper.
Faults. Piper.
She's been very good at those normally, Emma Wilson, getting right down onto the floor to play some of her shots.
But she didn't quite have the fire that she's had previously when she's hit them. You've really got to keep your momentum going and sustain the energy all the way through the shot, and not seeing that at the beginning of this match tiebreak.
Oh, just overplayed it.
Piper.
She looked to be back into a good position. You know, there was more edge on those shots, and she got herself into the forecourt where she's been very successful, and then just loose on the final shot, and it cost her.
Yeah, 4-love is quite a deficit, but it's first to 10 in the match tiebreak, so it's not quite as critical as if it were a normal tiebreak to 7. But love 4 here.
Foul.
Ooh.
Oh. 5-0.
That is so well done. The control that she has on her backhand wing to redirect the shot. Really great stuff.
Yeah, Wilson did well earlier in that rally to contend with a pretty strange bounce just on the baseline, but she's Piper here now leading 5-love. Oh, great shot. Just repeating what she did in the previous point.
She is sailing right now and so comfortable on that backhand side. Has found her groove, and I think, you know, unfortunately, Wilson's double fault to open this match tiebreak. She had the opportunity to, you know, to open serving, to make an impact, to stop the flow of points for Piper, but instead she just let her get straight back into things, and, you know, Piper hasn't looked back since the end of that second set.
No, Wilson really needs to make something happen now. Maybe a change of ends will help her a little bit. Just interrupts the flow for the server, because it's obviously in the middle of their 2 service points, the change of ends. So, what's going to happen here? Can Wilson change things around here? She badly needs to, right from the off, trailing 6-love.
Let for service.
Well played, Emma Wilson. What a great way to get on the scoreboard in this match tiebreak.
Absolutely. She really hung tough and stayed firm there. Look at the way she runs across the baseline. And Piper missed a trick there. She'd have been much better going up the line because Wilson was well far over on the other side of the court. But it did mean that she could line up nicely for the forehand down the line.
So on the scoreboard here at 1-6. First to 10.
7-1.
That's a waste.
Piper.
You did feel, you know, that now she'd finally got on the board and stopped the run of momentum a bit, that if she could fire in a couple of big first serves, that closes the gap to 6-3 already, and there are chances again, but a little bit of a gift.
Oh,
That's just fantastic.
8-1, Piper.
that backhand from Piper has been absolutely on song in these in this match tiebreak.
And once again, you know, mixing up the depth and placement. Had it short and wide to open up the gap for the final put away backhand. That reaction.
So 8-1, 2 points away.
Out. 8-2, Piper.
She really looks to be in her rhythm, doesn't she, Piper? But Wilson getting the better of her on that occasion. She's still in, she's still fighting, Wilson. But it's a massive deficit to overcome now.
Piper.
You know, with that healthy lead for Piper, she didn't hold back. Once again, she knew that she had the breathing room, that she could go for a little bit more, and targeted that baseline to great results.
She did. And it sets up 7 match points.
Nine-3, Piper.
We can see that Piper knows it's not over. She's had some very stern words with herself in the last few points on the couple of shots that she's missed. Really anxious to finish this as quickly as possible.
Yeah, she's got herself into such a great position here. She can afford a few loose shots. Not too many. That's the great thing about the tiebreak, is things can turn around very quickly. So Wilson on serve, still 6 match points down at 3-9 in this match tiebreak. Oh,
Game, set, and match. Piper. 6-7, 6-2, 10-3.
so Grace Piper, as the touch of the rackets at the net, is through to her second final in the space of a week here at the National Tennis Centre. What a run she is having, and what a match that was. Hats off as well to Emma Wilson for producing a really great contest. But it's Grace Piper who is through to the final. She'll play Lily Miyazaki, the #1 seed, in tomorrow's final.
Yeah, a great contest, really enjoyable to watch, and you could sense that it was coming when you saw how close their clash was in the Week 3 British Tour final. But there could only be one player moving into the final today, and Piper just grabbed the momentum from the middle of the second set and saw her way through. And I think, you know, that they've just beaten the rain, starting to come down a little bit more. So fluid with her ground strokes at the back end of that second set, Grace Piper, and a little bit of a limp start from Emma Wilson in the match tiebreak, which opened up the way for Piper to sustain a dominant lead that couldn't be overcome. So she goes through to the final to take on the top seed, Lily Miyazaki, who has looked just as dominant on her way through. And by the looks of things, we'll be moving these next matches indoors, but bless Grace Piper, even in the rain, she's come to have a little chat with our own Rob Curling to reflect on that match.
Grace, many congratulations. You are through to your second final in the space of a week. That's a tremendous effort.
Thank you. It's quite weird because she was the one I played in the final last week, and it was a very similar match.
Yeah, it was. You came out on top in that one as well, but that also went to a match tiebreak. How many problems was she giving you out there?
So many. Her balls, she finds the lines every time, and it's so difficult to work out what to do next.
What did you think you did particularly well that saw you through?
Just kind of keep at it. Like in the second set, it would have been easy just to let my head drop, and instead it was just like keep going, keep fighting.
That backhand was firing well, wasn't it? Beautifully in that match tiebreak.
Yeah, that was the best it felt during that match. I was like, thank you.
Yeah, I guess you felt you needed it then, and it's a very convincing tiebreak for you as well. Very tricky conditions. In fact, we're talking now as the rain comes down again, so sorry to keep you out here. But how difficult was that break for rain, and also the wind that you've been having to contend with here?
It was so tough. It happened like 5-all in the first set, and then because we came back out so quickly, it was kind of like a bit stop-start. And I was worried we were going to get rained off there at like 9-2. I was like, please just hold off a bit longer.
Listen, you're through to the final again, but it's a slightly different kettle of fish. You're up against the #1 seed in the Miyazaki. What are your thoughts going into that one?
Just play as I can. I've played her once before, so it's just kind of work on what I can improve on that match and just, yeah, do my best.
Well done. Well, we can't ask for any more than that. Thanks for giving us a great semi-final here today, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well played.
Thanks.
Well, thank you to Grace Piper for hanging around to chat in the rain as it comes down. And because of the rain, the next and final match of today, the first of the men's semi-finals, Barnaby Smith against Henry Patton, that is moving indoors, and it will begin with a 3 p.m. start. Now, it's the only match left today because the top seed, Lloyd Glasspool, has had to withdraw due to injury and has therefore given Charles Broom a walkover into the finals. So 3 p.m. indoors, Barnaby Smith versus Henry Patton.
Lo vedi la 1? Dimmi, dimmi.
Pan a destra. Così. Ora va a twistare un pochino. Più in alto a sinistra. Posta.
Però tieni il canale aperto perché ogni volta che parli, cioè, perdo qualcosa. Tieni sempre la radio accesa e aperta. Yeah. Yeah, we did this twice already. Bro, mi senti?
Più basso a destra ora. Ok. Tilt down. Troppo. Ok. Un pochino, un pelino di più. Tilt down sempre. Ancora. Ok. Aspetta, dammi un secondo. Un pelino di pan left. Ok, ci sei? No, troppo. Un altro pelino a sinistra. Ok, ci sei? Stai fermo, fermo, fermo. Ci siamo, va bene. Va bene.
A livello di zoom, come ho tirato tutto zoom indietro.
Hello and welcome back to the LTA National Tennis Centre here in Roehampton in southwest London, and to the men's semi-final of the LTA British Tour. Their return to elite competition. This is the fourth and final week of this initial tranche. There will be more in the next couple of weeks. And you may have noticed that we've moved indoors. Quite a lot of rain out there. So at the conclusion of the second women's semi-final, we've moved everything indoors. And just one men's final to be played after the withdrawal of the #1 seed Lloyd Glasspool, meaning that Charles Broome has a walkover into the final. He'll play the winner of this match between the man in our picture, Henry Patton, who's up against Barnaby Smith. Neither of these players seeded here, but both have had a really good run through to these semi-finals. Henry Patton beating Jake Hersey in round 1. Putting out the #2 seed, Aidan McHugh, in a very tight match yesterday. And Barnaby Smith beating the #3 seed in the first round here. David Fox going out 6-3, 6-4, and beating Sean Hodkin in straight sets in yesterday's quarterfinal. That's Barnaby Smith. I'm Rob Curling, and alongside me is Karthi Gnanasegaram. Hello, Karthi. Very good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you too. It's a shame about the weather, but...
Well, isn't it great to have the option?
It is fantastic.
Oh, we'll go and play indoors then if it's raining.
Well, and in this country you never have any idea what's going to go on with the weather, so it is great that we do have the option to pop inside.
It is terrific. Barnaby Smith here in our picture here, 21 years old, from High Wycombe. He was a student at Reed School, which has quite a good tennis pedigree. That's where the great, and I'm going to call him great, legendary Tim Henman.
I knew where you were going with that. He will enjoy that.
Yeah, well, he is a great fella. Yeah, he was at Reed's. And Barnaby actually only came into this tournament as a replacement for Ben Smith. And up against him, the left-hander of Henry Patton. Has a very good serve when it gets going. Left-handers really do tend to make as much use of their advantage of the left-hand serve and the ad court as much as they can. He's a little bit older, at 24 years old. From Manningtree in Essex, went to Culford School and Bury St Edmunds. Trains in Felixton Lawn Tennis Club. And just off his highest ranking at the moment, just outside the top 1,000. Loves to play the volley, and it's a very effective volley as well when it's on form. Henry Patton. You seen anything of Henry this week, Karthi?
I have seen Henry in action yesterday against Aidan McHugh, beating him in the quarterfinals, and it was an impressive performance from Patton. He just stayed very calm against a much higher ranked player. McHugh up at 552 in the world, and Patton outside the top 1,000, so quite a difference between them. But as we've been saying all week, and in the last few weeks of the LTA British Tour, that the ranking doesn't seem to make that much of a difference for some of these players at this level. It seems to be more about the mentality and movement around the court, and that's the big difference. And for these players particularly that have been playing in the collegiate system in America, that does seem to have really improved their game. It hasn't helped their rankings, and they may be thinking about doing that now, but their match competitiveness is excellent.
Yeah, it's really interesting how many players now are aiming for that. You know, at a younger age, they're targeting that as a route into making professional tennis their goal, their occupation, because of the competitive nature of the collegiate system in the US.
Yeah, they have fans, spectators watching matches. Obviously, they're competing for their universities, competing for their teams, so there's that very different pressure rather than just competing for yourself when you're in that system. And it's a lot of fun as well. It's a big night when they play tennis, and the doubles often starts it all off. So some of the players that we've seen this week, including Lloyd Glasspool, who has retired injured from the semi-final that you mentioned after this, they enjoy the doubles playing, and they're not as interested in the singles sometimes because they enjoy the team aspect of playing.
Absolutely. I always think it makes a more rounded player as well, doubles, because you've probably got more of an all-court game in many ways, and then when you turn to the singles, you probably, as we saw and think in that match yesterday, there was a real eagerness to come into the net, perhaps more often than one might advisedly do so. But it makes for a great spectator sport as well. Darren Michaels is our umpire for this match. There he is. First time I've seen him without his cap on.
Back inside.
Exactly. He's been doing a terrific job here over the past few weeks. Big job for the umpires here, because they're calling all the lines. I say all the lines because the far lines are very difficult to see, particularly when you've got your sun in your eyes, which they're not going to have that problem here today. But quite often in tournaments and junior tournaments where you don't have line judges, it's down to the players to call their own lines. But here in this tournament, it's all down to the umpire. So added responsibility for the man or woman in the chair.
It has been interesting the way that many of the players have mentioned that for some it has made a bit of a difference not having the crowd there, not having some focus or energy to get from the crowd, and for others obviously they don't play in front of crowds that often because they're on the ITF circuit and there really aren't that many people around to watch, whereas actually again with the collegiate system they do at least play in front of a small crowd when they're playing their matches.
Yeah, I imagine that's a pretty noisy crowd too.
This does feel a bit different. Yes, yes. If you watch any high school dramas, American high school dramas, which I may have done in the past, the crowds are quite big.
Yeah, and very passionate as well. So, well, this is a really great week for this man, Barnaby Smith. He's been studying at the A&M University in Texas. I think it's agricultural and mechanical, majoring in business administration. Henry Patton is keeping his cap on, despite the lack of rain or sunshine. You kind of get used to it. It's kind of the uniform, isn't it? You get used to it. Players are also very superstitious, aren't they? About
I'm sure you probably like wearing a ring or a bracelet or a necklace. If you don't wear the cap, you will feel a little bit naked.
Yes.
Something doesn't feel right. So even if you're indoors, you have to keep it there. It's just part of your uniform.
Absolutely right. So here we go then. Men's semi-final, Henry Patton to serve. Well played. I mean, that is a server's dream, isn't it? That's exactly the sort of point you want to create off your own serve.
That was pretty perfect for an opening point from Henry Patton, and that doubles and the volleying and all of the little things that we've just mentioned, he was showing us there, performing for us.
I think that's almost an exact copy of the first point in the Aidan McHugh match with Henry yesterday. That's the serve I was talking about, the left-handed serve out wide from the ad court, which can be so effective against the right-hander. And here you just sense that they're a little bit cramped for space in that far court. It's something metallic.
Straight up. Oh, I was about to say, and not quite down yet, but there it comes.
Might have a bit of dust on it, possibly a bit of ice. It's been up so high.
It's rather chilly today as well.
Yeah. 40 love. So Patton takes the first game of the match on serve. It's a love hold. That's a very nice start for him.
That's exactly what he did against Aidan McHugh yesterday. Very first game, 40 love, straight in with a good start.
Very good, Kathy. Your notes are very impressive.
Or was that was off the top of my head. Of course that was off the top of my head.
I thought I remembered something similar, I must say. Interesting, we were talking to Richard Joyner just now, who's the tournament director, about the different conditions of moving in from the outdoor courts to the indoor. It's the same surface, but tendency for perhaps for it to appear to play just a little bit faster.
And a lot of the players do say they prefer that, and they've been playing a mixture over the last few weeks of indoor and outdoor. Some of the UK Pro Series at St George's Hill has been indoor. Here at the National Tennis Centre, they've tried to keep this as an outdoor tournament. So it will be interesting to see if that changes either of their mentalities here for the players.
Smith to serve. Love one. Of course, the one definite advantage that they will have here is they're not going to have to contend with what has been a very difficult, breezy, gusty wind these past few days here.
Impressive interview skills by you outside in the rain and wind just now, I have to say, after the women's semi-finals.
I don't know about impressive. It just started to fall as I left the commentary box.
You had no choice.
And I thought, I can't stop and turn back because otherwise I'd have lost my interviewee, Grace Piper. She'd have gone. And Grace Piper into the final of the women's event after a terrific semi-final just a little bit earlier on today. And she'll meet the #1 seed, Lily Miyazaki, tomorrow. Grace Piper coming through against Emma Wilson in a really close-fought match, which is a repeat of last week's final in the Tier 1 event here. So they're building a nice rivalry on court, those two. In terms of the match right here, Barnaby Smith. He was backtracking, wasn't he, playing that shot, which is always it's really difficult to get your balance when you're really falling backwards.
Definitely hadn't got his feet in the right place there. I think he was also having a little look behind him just to gauge how much space he had. The court's slightly different with the curtain behind here than the outside courts.
Looks a little narrower too, doesn't it? Certainly on one side.
Just need to get used to the different conditions at the start of this match.
You can really hear how the ball is coming off the racket when you're inside as well, can't you?
Yeah.
And players will gauge what is going to happen to the ball by hearing how it has left their opponent's racket, whether they can detect that they've put a spin on it or whatever.
Yes, the loud crowds make a big difference for not being able to hear the ball, but inside like this you can hear absolutely everything, and particularly obviously we're all behind closed doors at the moment.
So one break point saved on the Smith serve. He pounds that ball down from quite some height. Barnaby. 6'2". You can see through the windows, top right-hand corner. Just you could. how strong that wind is outside. Well, that's a little bit loose from Barnaby Smith. Double fault to complete that game. And it's a very early break for Patton to take a 2-love lead here. Men's semi-final. The winner will face Charles Broom in the final. Had a walkover against the number 1 seed Lloyd Glasspool today. Glasspool did seem to be struggling with a side strain in his semi-final yesterday. Patton to serve at 2-love.
Henry Patton admitted that he was pretty exhausted after his match yesterday against Aidan McHugh in the quarterfinals, so I wouldn't be surprised if he does try and come out a bit more aggressively today just to keep this match a lot shorter.
That's another just textbook point from the big server. I think as you were saying, Carthy, it looks like Smith is just struggling a little bit with the pace of the ball coming back from Henry Patton.
They've both played quite a lot of tennis in the last few days as well, after obviously having a long break.
And again, serve volley. I mean, it's just meat and drink to this guy.
Yes, volley his favourite shot, and obviously he plays so much doubles in that American system, enjoys playing doubles.
Oh, first loose shot we've seen from Patton. Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of doubles here over the coming week, aren't we? With the Battle of the Brits team tennis, got singles, doubles and mixed doubles.
Looking forward to seeing the mixed doubles, actually.
Yeah, love mixed doubles.
I think that'll be a lot of fun.
Well, Patton stretches his lead. 3-love as you hear there. And he'll be very pleased with the way things are going. Barnaby Smith just needs to, at this change of ends, just take stock, think about what to do to face up to the onslaught that he's facing. He's a pretty powerful player himself, Barnaby Smith.
Well, he has to use the focus that when he was asked to describe himself in one word, on the on the court at least, his answer was focused. That's what he needs right now, Barnaby Smith. And I think Henry Patton, who we can see here, as I mentioned, after that long 7-5, 7-5 win over Aidan McHugh, the second seed in the quarterfinals yesterday, just felt so tired and said he had to go and make sure that he recovered properly last night, which was an issue for him, I think. So just making sure that he was back out and ready to hit a lot of balls today. He knows Barnaby Smith, again, from their playing over in America in the university collegiate system there. So he knows, well, he was saying yesterday that he needs to make sure that he's not running around the whole time and not being made to hit balls constantly. So I think that aggressive style we're seeing is him keeping points short when he can.
So Smith to serve then at love 3. Love to know. I'd love to see a speed gun on some of these serves. very good length shot from behind the baseline there from Barnaby Smith, just playing the ball down to the feet of the advancing Henry Patton. Just couldn't quite dig it out off his toes.
Yeah, we have seen some impressive volleying from Patton, but couldn't quite get to that one. There was a lot of power behind it.
Terrific serve. I mean, the thing is about playing on this indoor court as well, where Henry Patton connected with the ball was almost up against the side screen there. Great width on that serve from Barnaby Smith, who has 3 game points here to hold. Get on the scoreboard. Great shot. Great angle, great depth, great penetration from Henry Patton. Yeah, just replaying that. Admiring his forehand, as we were.
He does seem very focused. Does Patton today? I think yesterday's quarter-final has really made him realise that he could do very well in this tournament, get to the final, win it perhaps.
Yeah, no #1 seed to stand in his way. There's a slight kick on that serve. It seemed to sit up a bit quite nicely for Patton to hit a fairly convincing return. So Smith still with game point here. I have to say, we are sitting still in our same commentary position overlooking the outdoor courts. It's an absolute deluge out there right now.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Oh, tremendous play by both men, and a really good bit of retrieval from the far corner by Barnaby Smith. But Patton too good, and he's brought it back to deuce.
This is what I mean about, I think Patton just wants to get this match over with as quickly as possible, to not let that game go when he was love 40 down on the Smith serve, to bring it back to deuce. He's fighting for every point in this. Seems a slightly different Henry Patton to the one we saw in the quarterfinals.
Yeah. Yeah, Smith can unleash another one of his explosive serves here, and he can get himself onto the scoreboard, which will be a little confidence boost to him. But it's a big if at the moment with this man on the other side of the net. Just a little bit older than Smith by 3 years. Yep, that one's gone. Oh, both men finding their range really nicely, range and power, and but a good defensive play here from Barnaby Smith, but Patton too good in the end.
No getting away from that shot. Yeah, Patton very concentrated.
So back to deuce the second time. just what Smith didn't want to happen. Might go down as an unforced error. That matters not. What it has done, though, is handed the advantage to his opponent at break point. Oh, the squirrel's back. We had a squirrel outside our window yesterday. He's not bothered by the rain, he or she, I can't tell.
Yes, I can't help you on that one.
Not bothered by the weather at all. Just trying to see whether he or she has collected some food on this occasion. Perhaps I could bring some in here, that'd be nice. But look, serious matters here for Barnaby Smith. Break point down. Great response.
What a serve.
Great serve.
And Smith, I think, trying to just G himself up a bit as well with that serve and with a reaction to that serve. Smith knows unless he gets those huge serves in, he gets a great response from Patton on the receiving end of this. Can whip the ball across.
Yeah, you need just a little more depth perhaps on that serve. So it's break point for the second time to Patton. Well, Patton is convinced it was out. And Darren Edwards has called it. It's not going to be changed. So it will go down as an ace. And we're back to deuce. Yeah, Patton disappointed by that.
Really disappointed by that. On a break point.
Well, justice possibly seemed to be done.
Yeah, and his reaction here will be very interesting now, having had that disappointment of losing the previous break point with a call that he wasn't happy with.
Break point for the third time. Barnaby Smith is having to fight so hard just to try and stay in his own service game here. He's just about keeping his head above water, but he's got to get on the scoreboard, see this game through. No doubt about that one. Ooh. I don't want to see Patton's expression because I think he felt that was in.
Yeah, this could get quite feisty with the line calling, I think.
It could do. He may not have had a problem with it, but certainly very close. Yeah, that inside-out forehand, that could have been very damaging for Barnaby Smith. But here he is again, the chance to hold. Okay, Kathy, how many deuces is this now? 4? 5?
5.
Thank you.
She says confidently.
I think you must be right.
I think I'm right. Well, I think my notes are right. to be more accurate. And it might take a game like this for Smith to get himself into this first set, as long as he comes out on top of this service game.
Yeah, it's still a big if, isn't it?
That to just settle him down, get that first game, but also make sure that he's played a lot of tennis in that game.
Patton looking a little frustrated. It's such a waste, isn't it? And he'll be feeling that too, that opportunity to hold, because they're not coming easily, those opportunities. Yeah, not happy with the ball toss.
Yeah, that's a bit of pressure there.
That's a terrific get there from Barnaby Smith.
Patton's face with the registering the disappointment of missing that pass.
Yeah, I don't think it was easy. I think Smith really did well. He had to work so hard, stretching. He's given himself another chance to hold here, but my goodness, is this hard work. And he's done it. So Smith gets on the scoreboard. And relief for him, but my word, how hard did he have to work just to get on the scoreboard at the end of his service game?
An important get, though, that first hold of a service game in the opening set, and just the psychological difference between Patton going 4-love up and Smith knowing that he's 3-1 down instead.
Interesting to see how Patton is now. I think he was a little frustrated by some of the calls. It could be dangerous for his opponent if Patton has got his tail up even more. Really good defending by Barnaby Smith, but Patton really just too good on so many of these shots.
There's a very easy manner about him, Henry Patton, when he goes around the court. Doesn't look like things are taking too much of a toll on his body.
Yeah, you sense that he's the one who's pretty much in control of the rallies. Both players have a lot of power.
And really not much in their rankings difference. Both outside the top 1,000, 300 places in it, but at this level doesn't really mean very much. So this should be a relatively equal contest.
It is dominant, isn't it? He's just doing everything he wants to do. It's just falling into his hands at the moment, certainly on his service game for Henry Patton. He's able to advance into the net, put that one away.
I think yesterday's win against McHugh has actually given him a bit of confidence as well. He was very pleased with his own performance when he came off court, understandably so, having knocked out the second seed here. Yeah,
beating Aidan McHugh is not an easy task. Or Andy Roddick, as as I like to call
Yeah,
them.
I forgot you had your
Well,
lookalikes.
We've got Andy Roddick and Dan Evans playing here in the guise of different people.
Who's Henry Patton?
Henry Patton is just Henry Patton at the moment, and Barnaby is just Barnaby. Yeah, I think
I'll give you time.
Lloyd Glasspool
Give you a
is-
set
Thank
to get
you.
into your
Lloyd
comparisons.
Glasspool is the Dan Evans double. They look a bit alike. They sound identical. They both play great tennis.
both from Birmingham.
Very true. And for Aidan McHugh, there was so much about his game, and the touching of the peak cap, you know, the little fidgets before serving.
I think the serve style.
The
as
serve
well.
style is pretty similar. Ooh. So Patton moves a little bit further ahead here, 4-1. It's a very healthy lead in this first set. And he had a difficult game in the previous Barnaby Smith game where he felt a couple of calls didn't quite go his way. And Barnaby Smith, though, he made it work so hard just to hold on to his serve in that fourth game. And Patton very much looking the dominant player of the two here. Playing indoors here at the National Tennis Centre. It has been an outdoor tournament up until now, but the rain has been coming down really hard here today. We did have two matches on the outside courts with slight interruption with the women's semi-finals just a little bit earlier on today when Lily Miyazaki made it through to the final in her match against Holly Starve, then Grace Piper beating Emma Wilson to set up the women's final tomorrow. We'll have all that for you live here, of course. And then just as that match concluded, the rain fell, and the timing was pretty perfect, actually. And we were able to make sure that everything was indoors, ready for the start of this match. So Patton in your picture here, the left-hander. 4-1 to the good here. Barnaby Smith really needs to try and find a way through on his own serve. As I said, he had to work so hard in his previous service game just to hold. Serving now at 1-4. Of course, these indoor courts, as the outdoor ones are as well, but where you'll see a lot of the top players here in British tennis practicing. We've seen quite a few down here this week.
Yep, Kyle Edmund and Dan Evans both knocking up against each other quite a lot actually in the last few days down here. Players preparing for next week.
Yeah.
Battle of the Brits team tennis coming to the National Tennis Centre on Monday. The rain has slightly helped the television camera crew that are rigging for the team tennis event outside, while this
Yes.
match continues inside now.
That's
Gives
true.
them a bit of extra space.
It does, but in the pouring rain.
They've
Yeah,
got-
it's going to be a great event next week, isn't it? It's going to be a lot of fun.
yeah, really looking forward to it.
Bumped into Cam Norrie earlier on this morning, who's preparing for it. They're all taking it very seriously.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, yeah.
Competitive nature. And the format, I think, because it's so unique, will make it very interesting.
Yeah. Oh, well played. That will be a confidence booster.
Absolutely. He needed that as well, Barnaby Smith, on his serve and just struggling each time to make sure that he tries to hold on to it.
Yeah, just sending it straight back where it came from with interest. Look at this. Hitting right through it. Yeah, the tendency, I think, is particularly against an opponent like Henry Patton, he feels he's just, every now and again, there's a tendency just to force the shot a bit too much.
Yeah, he just needs something extra each time in order to try and win a point.
Hitting the ball so flat. You can hear Barnaby just giving himself the go-ons, geeing himself up here. Chance for him to hold. How hard is he going to have to work for this, though?
Oh, each service game so far has been tough.
Great serve.
That will do his confidence a lot of good.
Yeah, I mean that 2-4 instead of 5-1 is pretty important this stage of the set. But he's now got the tougher task of facing the left-handed serve of Henry Patton here, serving then at 4-2.
Very tough to try and lob Henry Patton, who is 6'2".
What else can you do? Running around the back of the court like that to play the passing shot would be asking a lot. But yeah, you're right.
He's an imposing well, they both are, but Patton is an imposing player to come up against physically. Particularly when he does that.
Oh, well played.
Smith really being made to work for every point, but a glorious pass there.
He was out of frame. Couldn't even see him when he hit this one.
And he was still going.
I mean, on the run, that angle, dipping over the net. I'm not sure how much that dip over the net was meant. It was a great retrieval shot, but it was a winner. Terrific.
And it had to be with Patton closing in on the net.
Oh, things happening here.
Smith definitely generating the energy at the moment.
$30 all. Ooh, well. I think that's probably a first double fault for Henry Patton.
He had one a couple of games ago.
Did he? Thank you, Catherine. You are brilliant. Second then.
Second double fault so far. Sorry.
Oh, please. I knew I was chancing my arm a little bit there. But it is break point to Barnaby Smith. Oh, not up. It was called not up.
It's a very squeaky what from Smith. Questioning.
Darren Michaels was pretty sure that wasn't up from Smith. So both players have had a couple of grievances or a grievance apiece with the umpire. And I think even Patton.
Eyebrow raised from Patton.
He thinks he got off the hook rightly there.
Well, it helped him on his first break point. First break point against him.
Indeed. So we're at deuce. not the way that point should have gone. Gives Smith another break point, but Smith was on the runaround, and really Patton was just walking between shots there. He wasn't having to move too much.
Patton's style is that. I mentioned to you when we weren't doing the commentary that he reminds me of a friend of mine, but I think that is why, because he just saunters a little bit.
Is your friend a saunterer?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so break point number 2.
And I think that's why that I have that similarity in my head, because I find it a very relaxed style, the way Patton walks around the court.
Not the way he hits the ball, though.
But he never seems to be in a hurry, he never seems to be wrong-footed particularly, or rushing around.
It could be because he's a good reader of the game.
Yeah, he gets everywhere with time.
Yeah, if you can do that, that's a terrific advantage. So a couple of breakpoint opportunities have slipped by for Barnaby Smith. You feel that they're not going to come too often. Well, these points are really coming courtesy of some slightly loose shots from Patton.
Yeah, I think his focus at the start of the match was so intense that this is just the slight drop-off that you can get after that initial burst.
Third break point. Oh, he's done it. Well, that's a really, really useful break of serve for Barnaby Smith. And really, those points have come through errors on the racket of Henry Patton.
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned a little earlier in this first set, Patton keen to come out all guns blazing and get through this first set at least as quickly as possible, because he has had a tough couple of days to get to this point, to get to the semi-finals, and the match against McHugh really did take it out of Patton. So what he wanted to do was just come out here and blast through those first few games, which he managed to do, but now I think it's all taking a bit of a toll, and he did say he was very tired physically, and I do wonder when it gets to this point in a tournament, having had, as I mentioned a little earlier, such a long break, much more than any usual off-season, the break that they've all had, and getting back into match fitness. This is week 4 of the LTA British Tour return to elite competition. And a lot of the players have been competing here and at St George's Hill on the UK Pro Series, so the last 4 weeks have been fairly intense for them all.
Yeah, indeed. I'm sure they wouldn't want it any other way. It's they've been training, obviously, to try and keep fit, training as best they can. A lot have been training at home. They've had bikes sent to them by the LTA to have at their homes.
Although Patton said to me, I'm from Manningtree. I didn't have a tennis court anywhere that I could train on. Like, I don't think many people do have tennis courts in their back garden to train on. Don't worry.
That's right. So here is Smith serving at 3-4. Yeah, Patton, he's interesting, isn't he? He saunters around. He looks slightly disengaged. I'm sure he's not at all. It just gives that impression.
Yeah, I thought that yesterday, even though he was playing an excellent match against Aidan McHugh, but I kept thinking that McHugh would come back into that match, and I think maybe that's just from the body language of Patton.
Another loose shot. We've seen 1 or 2 of these creeping into Henry Patton's game.
Yeah, I think he wasn't sure that the shot before had landed on the baseline, or it only just had, and he possibly was going to stop playing.
You've got to play to the call of the umpire. I mean, they're probably so used to calling their own lines.
Smith definitely seems to have switched things around. He is the intense one now. Patton has dropped off a bit.
Yeah, and what you've got to do is take advantage of that. If you sense that in your opponent, and Smith is doing that, he's got a real chance here now. Well, Darren Michaels is doing his best. He's calling it as he sees it. But it does set up 2 game points here for Smith to level this thing 4-all.
There's quite a lot of frustration on the Patton side, though, from these line calls. Have been a few in this first set that he has not been happy with.
No, and depending on how he reacts to that, he just
Not
looks
well
fed
at the
up. He
moment,
looks
yeah.
fed up, doesn't he? But I mean, it could, but it unleashes the beast in the man.
If you're an
And
Andy Murray type, yes.
It could work out badly for Barnaby Smith. Smith still with a point to hold. I think just a little disruption up on the balcony here. Well, that's a terrific smash from Smith. Backpedaling. He'd forced his player well so far back, and look at that backpedaling smash. And with that, he seals the game and levels the match at 4-all from 4-1 down. That's quite a comeback.
That is impressive, and the very different styles there. I was talking about how Patton has this style that's a bit more sauntering around the courts, whereas that was a proper hustle from Patton, from Smith, to make sure that he got underneath that overhead to bring everything level in the first set.
What? Oh, this is a little unfortunate.
Oh, he's going to be so annoyed about that call.
Oh, but that was inches out. I
He
mean,
stopped. He'd absolutely stopped
completely.
playing.
I just wonder if there's anything Barnaby Smith could do to sort of maybe offer up a word of apology, but all the calls really seem to be going away from Patton at the moment.
Hugely frustrating.
So, love 15.
He's got to keep his concentration now, despite what's going on around him.
That's a great shot. Hit it straight through. Smith couldn't even get a racket on it.
Maybe that is the little bit of fire that he needed to push towards the end of this first set.
Yeah, it's a critical phase now, isn't it, in this opening set here? He had been 4-1 up, 4 all, 15 all. Ooh, that was out, yeah.
15-30.
Oh, no, just overdid it.
15-40.
I wonder if he was in two minds, perhaps, whether to play the inside-out forehand, but decided to go back behind Smith, but in doing so, hit it just wide, and he's given Smith 2 break points. Chance for Smith to take the lead for the first time.
Occasionally lacks the killer instinct pattern. We saw that yesterday.
Oh,
30-40.
He was never behind in his match yesterday against McHugh in the quarterfinals, but he then needed 7 match points to finish it all off at the end. He had that 4-1 advantage in this first set.
yeah, there was
And
a
he's
sense,
let it
wasn't there?
get away from him again. It's just that finishing things off seems to be a slight issue.
What a return.
Wow.
Well, Smith gets the break at a crucial point in this opening set. Takes a 5-4 lead. He came in right on top of that serve, took it so early. What a tremendous return from Barnaby Smith.
That is a very interesting turnaround, I think, from the 4-1 down for Smith to bring that back to break at that particular point. And he does seem much more fired up at the moment, so coming out to serve at 5-4, this will be very interesting because Patton's mentality at the moment is concentrating a little bit on those line calls, and it is very difficult. If you don't know necessarily that your calls are going to be going the right way, then you're not thinking about the tennis quite so much, are you?
No, he'll feel very hard done by, I think. The close calls certainly seem to have gone against him. But for Barnaby Smith, everything going very much his way. See his ATM Texas bag there. T for Texas, the A and the M for agricultural and mechanical.
A lot of the players doing business administration, business studies, economics focused degrees, because they're just not quite sure what they will end up doing. And obviously you never know with injuries and the like in tennis whether you will have a full career or not and what's going to happen. So yeah, business administration for Barnaby Smith, and after graduating from the University of North Carolina, it's a master's in economics at Durham University for Henry Patton.
All sounds terribly impressive.
It does. To be doing that and playing tennis at the same time at this level, yes.
Absolutely right. So serving for the first set here, Smith.
Patton might have to just put this set out of his mind at some point.
Well, I mean, he's not wanting to give it up just yet. But I know what you mean. You feel that he needs to press a little
clear,
reset button
yeah,
in his
just
head,
needs to
yeah.
clear, just be a Rafael Nadal and play each point and forget everything else.
Yes.
But I got the impression from those 7 match points yesterday that he's not very good at doing that. Oh,
I saw that good. But let's have a little listen. I'm not sure if we can hear much. I think it might just have been the outside edge of that, the centre line there on the serve from Smith.
yeah, from
But-
our position, I'm not 100% sure.
No, it's, I mean, we're only seeing what viewers at home are seeing here, of course. But Patton will feel that every close call is going against him.
Important for Barnaby Smith to keep his focus as well while all of the pattern mumblings and grumblings are going on.
Yes, Smith has had a few little problems with the ball toss on his serve. No problems there. So that serve sets up set point for Barnaby Smith. Oh, a couple of loose service points from the left-hand court from Smith.
A few little wild ones.
Not when you want to do it. I mean, never want to do it, do you? But you've got set point, which you've had to work so hard to get to then fire in a double fault. Seems a very wasteful opportunity. Gone. Back to deuce, 5-4. A little loose from Henry Patton.
Fight temporarily seems to have gone out a bit from the pattern game.
Yeah, he's got it. Well, that is an extraordinary comeback from Barnaby Smith. He was trailing 4-1 in that set. Managed to turn things around, perhaps with a little bit of assistance to some slightly dubious calls, which would certainly upset his opponent. Let's say questionable calls, I don't know about dubious. But anyway, Barnaby Smith has taken that first set 6-4, and he will be thrilled with that. Henry Patton, as you said, Carthy, just needs to take a few deep breaths, forget about what has gone, and just get back to doing what he does best.
Yeah, I was calling the set a little bit early in favour of Smith, thinking that Patton just didn't seem in the right frame of mind at that particular point to make much of a comeback in those final couple of games. And it was Smith that came through with the first set 6-4. He has had many opportunities there, as we can see, though, with the 5 break points. Not that different, the play, as you can see from the statistics there. But as we always say, it's very much about the mental side of the game.
Yeah, well done to Barnaby Smith for sticking to his task. I mean, knowing how saying how Henry Patton reminds you of a friend of
Oh,
yours, I have actually realised that Barnaby Smith reminds me of a friend of my brother's. This is all so uninteresting for
I was about to say-
the viewers at home.
As they know neither of the people we're talking about, and I don't know who you're talking about, you don't know who I'm talking about. All totally irrelevant.
I just had to get it out there. Oh.
Yes, it does make you possibly understand the personality a little bit, even though you obviously don't know Henry Patton that well. But because of the way his body language reminds me of somebody I do know very well, I'm sort of wondering if there are any similarities there. I guess is kind of why I mentioned it.
Well, I can promise you that this friend of my brother's doesn't play tennis anywhere near as well as Barnaby Smith. So here we are, getting the second set underway then. Henry Patton. And love one. Just over hitting it. You sense there that Smith is coming out with real intent.
Well, I think the change of T-shirt was interesting as well, because I haven't seen that this week at all. It's obviously warmer inside, and we've obviously been playing outside. But you change your mentality, you feel completely fresh, a fresh start for this second set for Smith. I think that's quite a good move for him.
It's a lovely shot from Patton. It didn't look like he put a huge amount into it either. He just got the positioning, got the accuracy pinpoint.
The timing and the positioning on that were excellent. And we know from having seen him all week that Patton can play exceptionally well.
So often that happens though, doesn't it? You play a great point, and the next point, just one. All it takes is one loose shot. That is a rifle bullet from Barnaby Smith.
Smith shuffling, getting into the right position, might be slightly off balance occasionally, but he can still hit a brilliant shot. Really whips the ball around the court. Excellent construction of that point from Henry Patton, and he did that quite a lot yesterday when he was playing Aidan McHugh. Made McHugh run from side to side, and then he'd go in, get forward and put away the volley.
And it was such a nice volley as well. It's not an easy shot to play, and to get the depth and the angle on that.
We haven't seen him coming in quite as much as I know he would like to, and as much as he was yesterday in the quarterfinals.
Hasn't been allowed to, I don't think.
No, that's probably affecting his game as well.
So Patton holds, opening game of this second set. It's getting very intriguing, this match. Yeah, just going back to the doubles thing, I was talking to Lloyd Glasspool the other day, and I think he feels quite frustrated playing singles because he just cannot play the game he naturally wants to play as a out-and-out doubles player.
Yeah, he loves coming in, loves volleying, doesn't he? And I think he just much prefers playing doubles. I think he plays singles simply because he's actually quite good at it, even though he doesn't want to be in a way.
That's right. Yeah, so sad that we've lost him to this event, the #1 seed. He suffering a side strain during his quarterfinal yesterday. Wasn't able to play his semi today against Charles Broome. So that's a great opportunity for Charles Broome, who put out the #4 seed in the first round. He's through to the final. We'll play the winner of this match. But we were also saying, Carthy, weren't we, that the start of a new set is it's very much a, you know, it's a resetting time as well. So the player who's just won that first set can often take a little bit of time to get back into winning ways again at the start of the second. And Henry Patton needs to try and take advantage of that. Smith serving then, love one.
I might be reading a bit too much into the changing of the T-shirt, but I think that's what it was about. It was the reset. I've won that set, but forget that I've won that set. Change your T-shirt, start as if it's nothing on the board at all, on the scoreboard. We'll see. We'll see if that plays out in this first service game of Barnaby Smith.
Well, he can't blame the sun or the wind.
He has had some trouble with it. Yeah, that service just wasn't quite convincing.
Yeah, you've got to get that ball toss right. There's no point in following through with the serve if you're not happy with that ball toss. It's crucial, absolutely crucial. Just didn't quite get his feet into position for that one, Smith.
It's happened a few times, I think, and possibly just that little factor of having won the first set, like you mentioned. Is he still 100% in that focused mentality that he needed at the end of the last set?
Yeah.
I'm not sure either of them have got the 100% focus at the moment.
It's difficult to tell with Henry, isn't it?
I still wouldn't be able to call who would win this.
No, it's a long, long way to go here. And if Henry Patton can just get back into his groove, all sorts of things could happen here. Good serving from Smith. And he holds very nicely.
And that was important, I think, after everything we were saying about the reset, coming back out again. And Patton quite easily could just suddenly have made that 2-love, and it's a whole different game, but instead 1-all.
Patton's not even going to hang around to see where that lob of his went, but it's a very difficult position to lob from. That's a terrific drop shot.
Even acknowledged by his opponent.
Yes.
He did actually. Patton
After
did do that
fashion.
rather a lot yesterday to McHugh, didn't he? We saw him drop shotting.
Yeah. various mutterings going on.
I didn't quite catch that one.
I think it may have been the fact that Smith pelted that ball back after it had been, the point was over. It might have had something to do with that. Who knows? 30-15. Good serve.
40-15.
I'd really like to see Patton settle into this game now and just do what he's good at.
Yeah, just relax a bit and play his usual style.
Well, that was the first really nice point.
Patton leads 2-1, second set.
First really nice point we've seen from Patton in a little while.
And that will help settle him, get him back into this match again, get his focus in the right place, make him feel a bit better about what's been going on. Particularly as there were a couple of calls there again, I think, that went the right way for him.
Yeah.
As opposed to previously in the first set, which did not.
Yes, he doesn't look full of the joys of spring, does he?
No, but I don't think he does.
Summer.
Well, a very wet summer by the looks of what's going on outside at the National Tennis Centre, but I don't think he ever does. The first time I saw him smile properly yesterday was at the end of the match.
You smiled when you interviewed him.
Yes, he did. He was happy then. He was relaxed then.
Yeah, yeah.
But until that point, I didn't see that at all. But I think he's tired. He was tired yesterday. He was exhausted, were his words, yesterday. And as much as he was going to do some recovery straight afterwards, this competitive action over the last 4 weeks, which has been brilliantly put on by the LTA for this British tour, is taking a bit of a toll after months of not playing matches for some of the players.
Yeah, and this is serious business for them. This is what they want to be doing, is playing matches. They're not just out there to have fun. They're out there to win. Smith serving at 1-2, a set to the good. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Patton. That's a head-dropping moment, isn't it? Because I thought he pretty much played the winner. No, he's annoyed with himself. I'm not sure if he did anything too wrong there.
I think he was just annoyed with his final choice of shot.
Well done, though, to Smith for running it down, forcing the player on the other side of the net to play another shot. 15-love.
Patton was definitely ready for this kind of match mentally yesterday. It's just that I'm not sure that physically he's in the same place today. He did say that when they faced each other, and they know each other from the American college system, that Smith was going to make him run around and make him go for every single ball. And he, in fact, predicted that this would be a long match today. So Patton knew what was ahead.
Oh, Patton's turn now to play a couple of absolute gems, because I thought that serve from Smith went so wide.
It was just a retrieval that was brilliant from Patton.
And then look, passing his opponent at the net, that's brilliant from Patton. He doesn't look particularly moved by it.
Never does. run around that. And not a good idea.
A bit ambitious, wasn't it?
Just wasn't going to get there in time. That was an Aidan McHugh run around.
So Patton has 2 break points here. That could change things a little bit in terms of the way he might be feeling.
Don't think we'll see him smile though.
Oh, so close. Again, a little ambitious, perhaps, from Smith to come in straight away behind his serve. It very nearly didn't pay off. Well, gets away with it that time, I think, is what we can say there for Smith.
Yes, I
Courageous.
think he even thought that he'd missed that and wasn't 100% sure. Yeah.
He covered the net well. So we're at deuce.
That intensity that seemed to have disappeared a little bit for Smith at the very start of this second set does appear to be back.
Yeah, Patton forced just to play the ball back, just playing it in. Couldn't really put anything on those shots of his. So Smith then, with a point here to level at 2-all in this second set. Smith being very aggressive on his serve there, following up most of them with an approach to the net, and it's just about paid off for him. I wouldn't have said 100% convincingly.
No, and I think just for his concentration to have stayed there when I thought he'd dipped a little bit, but to come back in that game from 15-40 to win it just shows that oh, actually, I forgot he does describe himself as being Mr. Focus, doesn't he?
There we go. Well, this could be an important game.
Multiple apologies.
Do you ever have those days where you feel everything is going against you?
I can understand Patton not smiling today.
I take it back.
Yeah. Oh, there's a smile.
There's a little smile, a wry smile, but deserving. I think it's about time he had something for
Some
his
luck.
way.
Really.
Tit for tat, isn't it?
Yeah. His face says it all.
Why, that wasn't a million miles away from being a winner cross court from Smith.
Smith really does get everything back, though. He's very quick around the back of that court.
Moves well, doesn't he?
Really does. And that's forcing Patton to make a few mistakes as well. Tournament referee Jane Harvey at the top of the balcony, just keeping an eye on
I
proceedings.
think you may well be right. Ah. Another rare double fault from Henry Patton. So Patton holds. It's really important that he did, and just giving himself a little bit of a talking to there, just cheering himself up, telling him he's still very much in this match, and hopefully settling into a rhythm. Both these, as Carthy was saying, going through the collegiate system in America. There are people not a million miles away who've played tennis for their university here. I'm looking no further than Carthy Nanasegaram. You were at Cambridge, weren't you, or some such place of distinction?
Back in the day, yes, yes. It was a fun time.
Did you represent the university at tennis?
I did. I was in the second team for tennis and the first team for badminton.
Carthy, you've kept that very quiet.
It hasn't come up before.
I'd have told everybody a million times.
That's why I just find the American collegiate system very interesting, because people do go across their sports scholarship system is so much better than the one we have here.
Which is non-existent?
Pretty much.
So yeah, I take it you went to Cambridge first and foremost to study rather than to try and develop a professional career in the game of tennis.
Yes, although I did choose the one college at Cambridge that had a grass tennis court within, well, next to the library, within the confines of the college.
Which
so I
college?
spent a lot more time playing tennis than I did studying.
Which college is that?
Emmanuel College at Cambridge.
Ah, lovely.
So they had, the summer term was a grass court inside the college.
Oh, that's gone a little way. Not an indoor grass court.
No, it was an outdoor
yes.
outdoor grass court just next to the library, just by the chapel. So I never told my parents that was the reason I chose that. That was the reason I chose that college, simply because it had grass tennis courts.
I think that's admirable. Favourite surface then? Grass?
I really enjoyed playing on the grass. It was, and we had a lot of the Cambridge University tennis team came from Emmanuel. We were a very sporty and a very tennisy college. One of the great things about the National Tennis Centre is having all the different surfaces here for the Grand Slam, so you can play on the clay or the hard courts or the grass here and practice ahead of any of the Grand Slams to try out the surfaces. They have everything available here at the National Tennis Centre.
They do. I mean, they replicate them pretty much exactly as well, because I mean, there's so many different types of hard court, for example, so these very much in line with the ones in the US, where hopefully we will see some tennis in the not too distant future, but it is by no means certain. Oh, that's a careless shot from Barnaby Smith, and he knows it.
15-14.
And that's an expensive one. It sets up his opponent with 2 break points here. If Patton can seize on this, we really do change the complexion of this match. Great shot. 1 break point saved. He knows how important it is to hold here, Barnaby Smith.
Intensity from both players at the moment in this second set.
Yeah, it's pretty high, isn't it? Still break point though, 30-40.
Yeah, he knows.
So clever, going back behind the opponent, wrong footing him. Patton was never going to get back to that one.
Clever play from Smith.
So we're at deuce. That was really scooped up by Patton, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It just came right down to his feet, didn't it?
There wasn't a lot he could do with that. Smith, though, is really fired up at the moment.
Yeah, 3 valuable points on the trot here for him. Oh, nice try. Nice try, but had to work, had to come off there for Patton if he was going to try that inside-out forehand. Going over the high part of the net, never easy.
I don't think it will rattle Patton, but it will be disappointing again to have been 15-40 up on the Smith serve and to lose that that potential break there. Just on the surfaces that we were talking about, when they announced the US Open was going ahead, they mentioned that Serena Williams would definitely be playing, and part of that was to do with the surface of the tennis court, which I'll tell you about in a moment. Because the surface of the US Open courts for this year, should it go ahead, has been changed slightly for the first time in 42 years in terms of the branding of the court. And the branding was shipped to Serena Williams' backyard.
Yes.
She asked for the exact surface by the new company so that she could practice on that new type of surface, even though it's still a hard court. And that's what she's been training on.
On her home tennis court.
In the back garden, yep.
That's nice, isn't it? I mean, she's taking things pretty seriously.
Well, there's a bit of a record on the line for her.
Well,
24 Grand Slam titles, just one short at the moment of Margaret Court's record.
there are those who would argue that that's not a record to be beaten in terms of the Margaret Court one. Doesn't count because some of it was.
There were so few
not
Australian
in the open
Opens, well, and so many Australian Opens people did not travel to in those days. So I think there were several of those Australian Open titles that were not competed. So I think the argument being, a lot of people saying, if it's not a full field at the US Open, then does Serena Williams' 24th count? But
I was about to say even the miss hits are working for Barnaby Smith, but couldn't quite finish off that point. Yeah, it's a difficult argument, isn't it? I mean, the record books will say Margaret Court 24 Grand Slams, and that's it.
no asterisks.
Absolutely right. So, I mean, you have to think that Serena is still in a position, a very strong position to equal that, if not beat it.
I do wonder at the end of her career if she will look back a little bit. Obviously, none of us knew this was going to happen, but this enforced break, whether she may have wanted to have played more in the last few years.
Oh, well picked up. Terrific play.
That volley from Patton. Excellent. obviously not playing while she was pregnant for a year, but
Well, of
apart
course.
from that.
Yeah, that was a troublesome, really difficult time for her. I also think over on the men's side of things, we'll just let this point play out. So dominant at the net, Smith, when he's allowed in. He's very difficult to pass, either overhead or down either side in the wings.
Yeah, he's a real presence there at the net. Barnaby Smith.
Yep. Patton did really well to get that ball back behind the baseline that just landed by his feet here. This shot here. That's Smith all over it again at the net. He's a different player from the chap that walked out here at the beginning of the match.
He really is.
It's a
His
break point
body
opportunity.
language, everything has changed hugely over the last hour.
Yeah, and just going back to the men's game in the Grand Slams, of course, Roger Federer on 20, Rafa on 19.
It's fascinating, isn't
Roger, of course, not playing currently with injury, but how much must he be ruining that opportunity at Wimbledon last year against Novak Djokovic when he had how many match points? Couldn't convert. And Rafael Nadal, you have to say, is in a pretty strong position now to overtake the GOAT, the greatest of all time, again, arguably.
Yes, well, I think if the, and we will find out, I think, in the next few days about the US Open.
Oh, just overhit.
After a great retrieval as well from Patton in that corner, but then the next shot couldn't quite get that in.
Now, if the US Open is cancelled, then it will save an awful lot of awkward decisions for quite a number of players as to whether to play it. The problem being, of course, we're then going straight on to clay. If the clay swing in the lead up to the delayed French Open in September. Oh, there would have been something unjust about that if Patton hadn't won it.
I was rather nervous for him, I have to say, at that point. There were several moments when he could have put that away. But Smith straight up to the net.
Well, he did so well to get there, Smith. Yeah, Patton must wonder really what he's got to do.
Yeah.
He needs to really try and grab this set now by the scruff of its neck and see it through, take it through to a match tiebreak. That's just not easy as said as done. Patton with the hold. But he's really having to work hard for this now, just in the way that Smith was having to work so hard to hold in that first set.
Very evenly matched, these two, which they knew beforehand. They know of each other's tennis. They haven't played each other that many times, but they know that the style means they're going to have to hit a lot of tennis balls, and that's what they're doing. It is a hard-fought semi-final, looking for a place in the final against Charles Broome, who's had a much easier time, and this could all have an impact tomorrow as well, obviously.
Well, it's a very
Heavy
valid
legs,
point.
heavy legs for these two, whoever gets through to the final.
Yeah, Broome with a walkover into the final tomorrow. Here at the National Tennis Centre in southwest London, where it is raining cats and dogs, which is why we're now indoors for this event, semi-final day of week 4 of the LTA British Tour. This is the final tournament of an initial 4-week swing of these LTA British Tour events. And then earlier this week, the LTA announced that there will be a further 3 Tier 1 British Tour men's and women's events taking place at the end of August. And the great thing about these events is they are providing prize money from the first round onwards. So everyone gets away with some much needed financial support, as well as the opportunity to play competitive tennis. So the LTA being instrumental in making these events happen. As Smith serves at 3-4.
The LTA have doubled the prize pot as well for these events compared to the last few years that they've been putting them on, to £16,000, which makes, again, a lot of difference. These players haven't been earning like an awful lot of people over the last few months, and with a lot of uncertainty over what's to come over the next few months. There's the potential for ITF events to happen here at the National Tennis Centre as well, depending on what happens elsewhere around the world. Discussions ongoing, I think is the phrase.
Yes, indeed. And those are the events that will particularly apply to the players that we've been watching here this week, these past few weeks.
ITF events supposed to be starting back up again in August, but it's going to be difficult. There's going to be fewer of them, which means there's going to be more competition for players to try and get into them.
He does so well to get these shots that he just shouldn't be getting. Barnaby Smith, always making his opponent play another shot. Every time you do that, there's a chance that they may not be able to return the ball.
Covers so much of the court. We haven't seen much of that fire from Patton.
We haven't seen any.
Well, he got a bit annoyed at the line calls.
Smith is just getting everything. This is a fantastic lesson for anyone who wants to play tennis competitively, is the work rate. If you can put in this kind of work rate, and in order to be able to do that, you've got to train so hard. But if you can, I mean, it's Murray-esque, this, isn't it?
It's getting every single shot back that you can get to. And that puts so much pressure on your opponent. They're very different personalities, obviously. I'm joking about the fact that you don't see much from Henry Patton in terms of whether he's happy or sad, but he's just being made to play and push on every point because you know that Smith will get everything back.
Oh, shot from Patton. Yeah, I mean, really. Oh. What's the question mark here? I'm not sure. I thought Barnaby Smith was just getting annoyed with himself for being in no man's land here.
Yeah, I don't think there's any particular issue there.
No. But it is a break point to Henry Patton here.
Good serve from Smith.
Oh. If that's going to happen to anybody, it's going to happen to Henry Patton on a day like this, isn't it? Come on, Henry.
Lift
Get
that
to it.
chin.
Yeah, come on.
Poor Patton. He will be disappointed to have had a break point.
Well, Smith did well to hold. Let's give credit to him as well.
Yeah. Patton has had his opportunities in the second set to break. He just hasn't been able to do it.
So 4-all. What a shame. That was a really great effort from Patton. A terribly difficult shot, really low down, angling it flat over the net.
He's really having to go for those angles though, because he knows that everything will be chased down by Smith.
Absolutely. Oh. Well, it's pretty much the first time that Smith hasn't managed to get to the net. And Henry looks utterly fed up with it all, but maybe he's just thinking, how well do I have to play these shots just to get a chance of winning the point? The answer is you've really got to play them that well.
I think that is what he's thinking.
Yes.
He's having to construct the points and make sure the execution is perfect in order to just win them and hold his serve.
I mean, the work rate from Barnaby Smith is phenomenal. He must be the most infuriating player to play against. He's really wearing his heart on his sleeve now, isn't he? Old Barnaby.
Yep.
Barnaby and Henry. Sorry, beautifully English, isn't it?
Yes, they are.
So Patton gets the hold. And a really important hold too. Would it be really cruel to ask you any kind of predictions at this stage?
Ooh.
I mean, firstly, are we going to get a second set tiebreak?
I think that... How long can I make this answer last? I think that Barnaby Smith is just, although it's very difficult to tell, obviously, with Henry Patton and the way that he behaves and the lack of any
Come on,
outward
spit
emotion,
it out.
that Barnaby Smith is going to push through this set.
Do you?
Just get a slight.
That's
He's
a big
so
call.
fired up.
That's a big call. I think he's got to have one bad game in the set, which we haven't seen from Smith.
No, that's true. He's had a lot of break points against him, and he
Yeah.
has managed to come through them all so far.
Yeah.
He's had 5 against him. But again, this is Patton's big problem. Yesterday, he didn't finish off Aidan McKee when he had the chance, and we ended up with 7 match points.
Yeah, maybe it suits him to battle back from a position of, being the underdog, as it were. Henry Patton. Here's Smith then to serve now. 4-5.
Obviously, anything I predict will be the complete opposite is what's going to happen now. That's the whole point of you asking me that
Of
question.
course. This one of 6 indoor courts here at the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. So I assume everyone's been told they can't practice while this is going on.
I was listening out for balls on the other courts, actually, and haven't noticed any.
Most of the players who were here earlier today, certainly, were those preparing for the Battle of the Brits team tennis next week. Starts on Monday. We might go through the teams of those if we get a chance.
Fascinating event, I think that's going to be.
It's going to be fun, for sure. Some big names on show as well. So just a reminder, it's 2 tie-break sets here, and then a match tie-break if required. Match tie-break is the first to 10. But who knows if we'll get to that at this stage. Barnaby Smith here in your picture, taking the first set and looking here to level the second. Whoa. Well, maybe Patton happy just to see the back of that game as Smith draws level at 5-all. So we are nearing tie-break territory, that's for sure. Yeah, just very quickly, the 2 teams in the Battle of the Brits team tennis event next week. We've got the Union Jacks, captained by Judy Murray and Greg Rosetsky, with Andy and Jamie Murray both in that team. The British Bulldogs, captained by Anne Keirthavong and Leon Smith. A very nonchalant inside-out forehand from Henry Patton. And the ever increasingly vocal Barnaby Smith showing us his frustration. Always forcing his opponent to play that extra shot. He's still running for everything, is Barnaby Smith. Look at that. I mean, he couldn't have got much more of an angle, Henry Patton, on that, could he?
Just get the ball over the net to force Patton into having to hit one more shot.
I was really hoping Patton would win that point. 'Cause
Yeah, he was very unhappy with the line call. But at least this time he stopped playing and carried on.
well, I think he did briefly stop just before that moment.
No, he definitely
Yeah.
was about to stop and didn't.
Smith's very keen on running around his forehand at slightly inopportune moments, you can't help feeling, but it's a hold to love there for Henry Patton.
Yeah, Smith doesn't always quite get all the way round in order to run around that shot. The teams that you mentioned a little earlier for the Battle of the Brits team tennis, I think what's particularly interesting is the players. There's such a mixture of younger players who will learn so much and get such a great experience from playing alongside the likes of Andy Murray and Dan Evans and Joanna Konta, because you do have the youngsters like Emma Raducanu and Aidan McHugh will be there, and Lloyd Glasspool, who we mentioned earlier, but you know, Eden Silver. I think for them, the experience of the whole tournament will be very interesting. And after we've seen the last 4 weeks, started off by Jamie Murray's Battle of the Brits, the men's individual event, you can really see a mentality changing, I think, amongst the British players, which needs to go forward from the Progress Tour as well, and these events, the LTA British Tour events, where they are playing each other, seeing each other, training with each other, talking to each other, which is something they don't always get the chance to do because they're all over the world.
Yeah, and here they're all under one roof. And you're absolutely right, Kathy. Yeah, it's a terrific benefit for the younger players to gain from the experience and knowledge of those other players around them. So here is Smith now serving to stay in the second set. Ooh. That's about the first one he's missed like that, Barnaby Smith. He's been so dominant and successful when he's come into the net.
He has. He's been excellent all across the court, and particularly when he is on the front foot, which he has been for a lot of this match.
Whoa. Well, this is really interesting now, because it gives Patton 3 break points and a chance at levelling this match at 1-all.
You know what's happened, don't you?
What?
I said that he would finish this set because he was all fired up, Smith, and we wouldn't end up going to a match tiebreak, which is exactly why this is happening.
I wasn't going to remind anybody of that, but you've just done it. So 3 break points for Patton. This could be huge. That's a great response from Barnaby Smith. Just the serve he needed to pull out of the bag there. Still 2 break points. And another.
Well, if he can do that when he needs to.
Yeah, if you've got that in your little box of tricks, when you need to, you know, help yourself out of trouble, it's terrific, isn't it? Come on, Henry, chin up. Terrific serve.
Now it's Smith's turn to be unhappy with the call.
Called out.
It was called out.
Yeah, he's saying I'm looking straight down the line. I could see. Doesn't matter. The umpire calls it out. It's out. Well, he's saved 3 break points here, Barnaby Smith. And with it, 3 set points.
What a service those last 4 have been.
Where has this come from?
He's trying not to let my prediction down, that's what he's doing. Oh my goodness.
Me.
6 games, all second set time.
Well, I'm not surprised that was the reaction from Henry Patton either.
No. What can you do against that? That's an absolute onslaught of serving from Barnaby Smith to level then in this second set, take it to a second set tie break. It's in Smith's hands here. Having taken that first set, who do you think favours the tie break here, Kathy?
I will stick with my...
Oh, I didn't think he was going to get a chance, Henry Patton. I thought he'd blown it.
Initial prediction to finish that sentence. I think the focus and intensity of Smith could get him across the tie-break line in normal tie-break situation as opposed to a match tie-break situation.
So important there for Patton to hold his opening serve in this tie break. Pinpoint inch perfect from the man in our shot, Barnaby Smith.
Such intensity at the moment from Barnaby Smith.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's a little gift for Henry Patton.
Not a good time to serve a double fault.
So both have had the mini break. Back on serve. 2-2. Well, it's really clever from Patton. He didn't give away his intentions at all there before striking that one. And even someone with the legs of Barnaby Smith couldn't get to that one. Smith serving 2-3. Oh, that's unfortunate for Barnaby Smith.
Even with his scampering abilities, couldn't quite get back up and into play again there.
Yeah, just couldn't change direction, could he? Sometimes also can distract the opponent. You see your opponent falling over, you can lose focus on the ball, but Patton staying firm at the change. Patton has the advantage at 4-2. I always think for the server it's quite tricky because you've still got 1 point left to serve in the change of ends.
You've moved,
whether it interrupts your rhythm slightly. Smith then serving 2-4. Oh, it's in. That was a really ill-judged leave by Henry Patton. I think he thought he'd won the point anyway. A little tentative at coming in. Took his racket away.
Really could have hit that, yeah. Yeah, that is a shame for Patton.
He could have moved 3 points clear here.
Instead, he's such a good volleyer as well.
A single point.
Yeah.
That could be very costly indeed for Henry Patton. He was 4-2 to the good in this tiebreak, now trailing 5-4. Smith will have two of his bludgeoning serves now.
If he serves like his last service game, then it is going to be very difficult for Patton to get back into this tiebreak.
Two serves could be enough.
Tiniest of fist pumps from Patton there.
Boy, he needed that. Still one more serve on the Smith serve, though. Ooh. Going for the high part of the net. Should have got that, really, Smith. And on any other day, you kind of feel he might have done. Just didn't give it quite the lift it needed.
He's been running around and chasing everything so much in this match, as Barnaby Smith. Surprised to miss that. But he must be exhausted. Well, they must both be exhausted.
Yes. Patton gets the mini break. He's serving here to take it to a match tiebreaker at 6-5. Great return.
6-all.
I wonder if he regrets coming in behind that serve, Henry Patton.
His volleying has been so good, but there has been the odd one that's gone awry. Laconic style of Patton.
There are some people whose mind you'd love to be able to get inside, just wonder what they are thinking. Others you can see by their body language, but with Henry, I'd love to know what he's thinking.
Well, I asked him about the match points yesterday, what he was thinking when it got to number 6 and number 7. And I think because Aidan McKee was serving so well yesterday, he said, I was just hoping I wasn't aced on each of them, that I'd get some kind of opportunity and then I had to take it. But it took him a long time to get to the point of being able to take one and taking the match.
So one more serve for Patton at 6-6.
There's a bit of fire from Patton.
Well, it gives him another set point, Patton, but it's on the Smith serve. So Smith serving at 6-7 to stay in this second set. Oh, it's long. So, what about this for a battle? Henry takes the second set tiebreak, 8-6. And we really have such an interesting match tiebreak ahead. I mean, this obviously could go either way, but I wonder what you're sensing at home. I wonder, Kathy, what you're sensing right now. Your previous prediction having gone out the window. Just thought I'd mention it.
Thanks very much. No idea.
No, exactly. It's almost pointless, isn't it, trying to forecast it.
Well, we knew it was going to be close. They knew it was going to be close. Patton said yesterday this will be a long match and it will be a close match, and that's exactly what we have here. And the match tiebreak does change. And it's interesting because the match tiebreak, we've been saying, changes the mentality of whoever hasn't won the first set, because they know instead of having to win 2 normal tiebreak sets, you just need to get through 1 more, and then you're in the match tiebreak situation. But I didn't necessarily see that in Henry Patton's reaction in the second set. But he has put himself in the position of this shootout now.
Absolutely. It now goes back to a 50-50 match, doesn't it? It's a one-off event in many ways. The match tiebreak, first through to 10 points.
This is a proper hit the reset button,
yes,
start
it really
again,
is.
Pretend that you haven't played for the last hour and 15 minutes.
Yes. Yeah. They, particularly Barnaby Smith in our picture, plays with so much physicality.
Hour and 15 minutes? 2 hours.
2 hours. Wow. It's been a very entertaining 2 hours. So, deep breaths all round. Good luck, everybody. Here we go. Match tie break. It's going to be Smith to get us underway. offers of good luck were also aimed at Darren Michaels in the chair.
That will not have pleased Patton at the very start of the match tiebreak.
Well, it might well have been a correct call, of course.
Well, it's just that Patton didn't think it was.
No. Quite. A little wide from Smith. Smith is so difficult to wrong foot. He's very good at changing direction because Patton played the ball back down behind Smith, who's at the far end, far baseline. He was able to change direction so quickly to get into that rally. This means that Patton is having to work so much harder against this opponent than he might have to do against another player. Ooh, just wide.
2-1, Smith.
Got a little bit more to play with in terms of points in a match tiebreak because it's first to 10, but you really don't want to be giving away any points on your serve if you can possibly help it. But as you've been pointing out, Carthy, the thing for Henry Patton is he has to go for the lines because anything that's short or not wide enough, this man in our picture will get to.
Patton will hope for a few more of those slightly loose balls from Smith, and then Patton just has to strike when he can. It's been a tough match for Patton.
2-2. That's careless from Patton. Good deep second serve from Patton. Ball still in play.
Oh, being forced into those unbelievable attempts because he was probably quite surprised that Smith got the ball back mid that rally.
I think he might be expecting it now.
Even at that angle?
Well, I agree with you on that. I actually thought Patton's shot was in. Good thing I'm not in the chair. The amount of mistakes I'd have made, goodness me. The umpires have been doing a cracking job all week. A really difficult job calling the lines from the chair. Very difficult indeed. And especially when they're peppering the lines as much as these two players are. So Smith has opened up a very useful gap. Remember, though, it is the first to 10 points. I just keep reiterating that because it does make a difference to the complexion of the tie-break here, the match tie-break. So Patton with one serve now to try and reduce the deficit. there's his speciality shot. He plays it so well. He's so solid with that that cross-court forehand volley, Henry Patton. But it's really had to work hard to get to that state of the rally where he could play it.
Both players pummeling the ball in that particular rally. It is only Barnaby Smith who's had a match tiebreak previously in this tournament this week. He came through against David Fox, the third seed, 10-3 in that match tiebreak. Henry Patton hasn't needed one yet.
Yeah, Smith apologising for the getting the rub of the green, which he's had a few times in this match. They've both had it a little bit, but I think Smith probably more than his opponent.
I think so. I think that probably is another reason for that reaction as well. Yeah. A little chuckle to himself and to a family member, I think, or his coach that he's glancing at. Smith's retrieval skills, I wouldn't have been too surprised if he'd got that smash back.
I agree with you. So hold here for Patton. There's only 1 point in it, if he can manage that. Oh, it's a superb serve. Pulled it out at just the right time, I think, possibly. We've seen him serve that wide out serve to the left a few times, Henry Patton. I wonder if he could perhaps have used it a little bit more. Certainly helped him there. Well, he saw Smith move over Patton. Just waited for him to move then. Made his move. Levels up at 6-all. My word.
I didn't give a prediction, did I? I think, in the end. Did I not fudge it and not say anything? For this particular reason, one set all, 6 points each in the match tie break.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to call this, and I'm not going to ask you. Don't you dare ask me either. You feel, though, that it's Patton who's hanging in more than Smith, who just sense has more of the upper hand. But
I've been saying that all along, though, but I think that potentially is their body language that makes us feel like that.
Maybe you're right. So Smith with one more serve here at 6-all. Match tiebreak, first to 10. Oh, that's an interesting point. Patton just fed the ball back to Smith, who for once didn't put it away. Offered his opponent
That's almost like a practice
the second opportunity.
feeding of the ball.
It really was, wasn't it? Look, have another go, Smithy. Bang. Wow, it wasn't even particularly much of a bang, but
I think he grinned to himself at the end of that point.
7-all.
I'm running out of notebook space.
Yeah, I was just going to say exactly the same thing. Well,
And now that was
there we
Patton that
are.
time.
Perhaps he's saving his shouts for last, when he closes in on potential victory here. 2 points away now for Henry Patton. All of a sudden, it feels a little different.
Smith's turn to query with the umpire,
Don't think there's
Darren
any doubt about
Michaels.
that.
I think he was just double checking.
That's a pretty big point.
Right on the line.
Well, I'm feeling pretty tense. I don't know how these two are feeling.
Well, that's one of the other reasons for this competition, isn't it? We've been talking about the match practice and the match fitness, but your body gets tense when you play a match competitively. And you need to get used to that tense physical tension in your body again to play competitively and get back on the tour.
That is a huge shot from Smith. And with it, he sets up match point.
Both players, the angles have been phenomenal.
Second serve, match point down.
Taking a bit of time.
I think he wanted to win and win big, didn't he? Barnaby Smith unleashing. It's 9-all, just to correct what you see on the screen there. 9-all.
Well, that
Oh, I
has
can't.
been a very stressful couple of points, I feel, for me and you, as opposed to the players.
I don't think Henry's finding it too stressful, is he? I think Barnaby is. I think he's dealing with it. They're both dealing with it extremely well. I think whoever loses this match should hold their head high, because there's been a lot of intensity and a lot of shot making too, of considerable power and prowess. So here we go then. It is Patton with one more serve at 9-all. First to 10 by a lead of 2 points, of course.
2.5 hours they have been playing.
Wow. Loose shot from Patton could be very costly, because it falls to Smith now to serve this out. That really was loose one from Henry Patton. Smith now serving at 10-9.
Oh, he just misses.
Margins, margins, margins.
That's what they have to do to win this.
Full marks to Patton for staying calm. Yeah, apologies, with a few little technical issues with the scoring at the moment. Just to remind you, it's 10-all now in the tie-break set. So the first to lead by a margin of 2 points now will win this.
Oh,
I haven't seen too many of those from Smith. At a time when he really didn't want to be serving it either, because that now sets up Henry Patton with match point, and he'll be serving. You couldn't predict this. You couldn't predict the outcome of this match.
there's no way. It's such a seesaw, this. And match tie breaks are exactly right for that situation.
And he's done it.
Wow.
Henry Patton has won the most extraordinary seesaw match here. Absolutely phenomenal. Heart goes out to Barnaby Smith, who played an absolute rip-roarer of a match. But it's Henry Patton who goes through after a really grueling match in 2 tie-break sets and a match tie-break, winning it 12-10. Henry Patton is through to tomorrow's final.
That was an incredibly hard-fought match for Henry Patton and for Barnaby Smith, who will be so disappointed. And you can see that from the body language of Smith, the 21-year-old who's ranked a little bit lower than Patton, but not that that made much of a difference during this match. Both of them playing such good tennis, always having to hit the lines in order to win a point. Henry Patton, though, just seemed a little bit out of that match when it came to the first set. 6-4, that went to Smith. Patton then coming back in the second set to win it on a tie-break, 7-6. But then we went to the match tie-break, and as Rob Curling was just mentioning, it was such a seesaw. Nice to see the two players chatting to each other, and also Patton talking to Darren Michaels, the umpire for this match, unhappy with a few of the line calls. The two players do know each other quite well, though. I mentioned earlier that they were both at university in America. Patton left last summer, but they have come across each other there. And it is Patton who, you can see Rob there with him as they just wander across to the microphones. Everything has been moved inside. We were outdoors for this morning's women's semi-finals, but it is Patton who is through to the men's final, having beaten Barnaby Smith.
Henry, my word, you came through a massive struggle there. It was gritty, it was grueling.
Yeah.
How are you feeling right now?
Relieved, very relieved. I mean, it was a scrappy old match. Thought Barnaby really upped his game. Obviously, I went up early in the first set and he just turned it on. And yeah, I mean, my serve was horrific throughout the whole match. I'm sure you were talking about that, which made it tough against a player like him because he just gets so much back.
Well, he ran down absolutely everything,
Yeah.
Stuff that no one should be getting near. And I just wondered what you were thinking at those stages.
Well, I know him because he's in the US at the moment. So I said yesterday, I know he's going to make a lot of balls. So it's just about trying to have the discipline to not snatch at points, try and build the point. But yeah, it was very tough at times.
There were some difficult line calls. Both of you were really peppering the lines, and I think a couple of them probably got you a bit. You don't let us read too much into what you're thinking. You seem to stay quite calm.
I try and keep my emotions on the inside. Usually, when I let myself down is when I let my emotions out in a negative way. So I try and stop doing that. Yeah, I mean it's an impossible job up in the chair because you have to call all of the lines. So. I mean, that's fair enough, but yeah, I think they're probably worse than dodgy ones, but you just have to get on with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And how do you think you won through in the end? I mean, coming to the match tie-break, it was an impossible outcome to predict.
Yeah, I mean, toss of a coin, really. And yeah, obviously, I think he had a match point in there as well, serving and just missed the backhand wide. And, you know, at that point, you're just thinking, just got to try and take my chances if I get them and hope for a bit of luck, which I think I definitely had a bit of at the end there.
Well done for staying calm and for seeing it through. You face Charles Broom tomorrow in the final, hopefully outside in the summer sunshine. Thoughts going into that one?
Fingers crossed outside. Yeah, I know Broomy really well. We've been meshing a bit. Yeah, he's going to make me hit a lot of balls again. He's a tiny little annoying little mouse, really. That's how I describe it. So yeah, we'll see. It should be a good match.
Who normally wins your outcomes, or aren't you prepared to say?
I think we played once a couple of years ago out in the US, and I won 10-8 in the breaker. So similar to here. So yeah, it should be a good match.
We'll get ready for another long one.
Yeah.
Henry, many congratulations. Well played.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Final against Charles Broom, as he mentioned. That is the final in the men's, and the women's is Miyazaki. Lily Miyazaki, the top seed, who will be playing Grace Piper. And we'll be back at the National Tennis Centre tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. And as Rob Curling mentioned, we hope that the weather will be a bit better and we'll be back outside for finals day. We'll have doubles finals as well as singles finals, and we'll start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. I hope you can join us on BBC's sports digital channels and on the LTA's social channels. But we'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye for now.